Hey there guys, it's Metro and we are back. Had a bit of a breaking news situation last. Chris here already. What's up, buddy? Had a bit of a breaking news situation last night. Got a video out. Hopefully you guys saw it. We're going to probably be talking a lot about it today, but especially if you're watching in the post. So I did want to, there's a lot of comments. I don't want to fall too far behind on them, so I'm going to take a minute to read through some of them and reply to them now. But yeah, pretty crazy. This is like all hands on deck kind of like breaking news thing. Like we'll see what actually plays out, but yeah. So this guy says, I didn't have any issues with serial levers until I started pushing my own 12 key as a prop pally. Almost all 10s or 11s the group will keep going or finish the key, even if there are multiple wipes. But those 12s, one mistake or one wipe, even a smooth run, it's automatic disband. Yesterday I did a 12 city and it was so smooth until I pull a bit too big. Oh. Hey, Date Mike, what's up, buddy? Welcome back. A lot of people talking about the vote system. Don't think they would consider doing it, given the way Pugging works right now, but maybe. In regards to knowing if a group was collectively disbanded or if one person leaves, it's probably not hard for them to know. They, of course, have all the data. No doubt they have a system implemented to notify on accounts that have high quit rate. At least that is what I would assume. I, for one, am really happy about it. It's about time they do something, yes. He's a little over... making too many assumptions there, but what if Blizzard were to implement a vote system for Mythic Plus? I just don't know, like, I mean, I'm pretty firmly confident that that would require that, but it's like everybody keeps saying that. I don't know how to reply to everybody. There's no way, like, I don't think there's like a UI for it, right? Like, they would need to have a system for it, I feel like. Makes sense. I tanked as a 6 with zero knowledge of what I was doing, used no CDs in a spooky pack, and died in about 3 seconds, then everyone left. What the hell are Blizzard even doing at this point? How are they even going to determine who's to blame? A jury of my peers? Is this person being sarcastic? I don't know why you'd think they would be suddenly blaming people for these things. Oh, that's Stromy. Tap as well, good morning. Such a compliment when people say, like, as soon as I saw this, I immediately wanted to see your reply to it. I've said this since the conversation came up in the streams, and I don't believe I heard a solid argument against it, but Blizzard needs to implement a system similar to Final Fantasy's vote abandon system, where if the majority... yeah. How are they going to differentiate mutual disbands and griefers? Yeah, we don't know. Oh, I heard this like high-pitched noise. Anyway, hey Pochi, what's up, buddy? Welcome. This doesn't seem manageable. Does Blizzard plan on monitoring all logs every time someone complains about a lever? If it's an automated system, how will they account for teams that collectively decide to leave a key? Will they implement a new voting system? The idea sounds good, but implementation will be tough. Probably will be tough, but that's their job to figure out, not ours. I don't know why people like act like what you're worried about figuring out their job. I don't know why you're worried about that. Very great change. I would like a vote to quit key option, and then all issues are solved, I think. Sure. I think you'd be missing out on key information by not showing a change from the bans to now. Just my 2 cents. Gotcha. Thanks for giving your thoughts. They could just add a vote. It's so many people keep saying this. I don't know what else to say. Like, I don't know how else. I don't know what to say to this, because it's like they're not gonna add it, right? Like, I don't know why they would if I don't know. Just agree with everybody. I'm not wipe festing for hours in a Mythic Plus Pug. My time is more valuable, so count me in as a lever. You'll not be holding me hostage. It's fucking literally like the same fucking word every time, hostage. I will provide tips and several tries after wipes, but otherwise the individual / causing the issues need to take some responsibility, not just be indefinite carries. In my experience, the issue is usually the one of the 2 pugs. It's just a very poor performer that drags the group down to complete failure. What's the fix for that? Not pugging. Put in a vote system like removing AFKers and LFD. Yeah, but it needs a system behind it. It's so weird how many people use this fucking hostage bullshit word. Really, really scary. Why is that fun? We actually have to stay till leader says so. The vote system, is that crazy? No, again, I don't think the vote system's physically possible. Like, a vote system requires like a system behind it, don't you think? I don't, am I the only one who thinks this? Because like so many people keep bringing this up, but it's like, there's no, you can literally just walk into a Mythic Plus alone. Like, what's going to happen to the vote system when you just walk into a key alone? I don't know how it works. There's like way too many suppositions here that just like don't make a lot of sense. Like, the system needs to be there for that to exist. It's a good idea. I'm not saying it's, and again, you would know that if you watch this channel. I want them to do something like that, but I just don't think it can come without a solo queue type system around it. Anyway, now they need to make it where your key doesn't downgrade. That would be the ultimate change. Like, if they did that, then we'd be fucking going crazy. Chick says I'm going for the 5-stamp trinket and Gurabashi. Oh yeah. Did you see? You probably didn't see, but on launch, a bunch of people were doing that because there was like not going to be anyone there, you know? I don't know what it's for or what the purpose of it is, but I know a lot of people were doing it on launch. Like level 3s were getting there and just picking it up. They had almost a decade of this. We won a battle, finally. It's actually crazy that 8 years go by before they actually do something, before they even type about this. But I'm happy one way or the other. You would probably have to create a vote system and maybe tie it to the key itself, but I don't know how they would do that. Yeah, it's like, I just don't know, like, the system has to exist, I feel like, right? Like, I've never seen something in WoW where you can, I don't, like, where would it exist? I don't really understand, you know what I mean? Like, without the system there, like, you know, when you open this menu, it could be here or something like that, but, like, the system has to exist somewhere in the game, and it doesn't. You can literally just walk in to a key without any rigmarole at all. You just start a dungeon with you put the key in and the dungeon starts and nothing changes. Couldn't they just simply tie it to a ready check? I don't think so. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think so. Like, I don't think that it needs to be there either way. Like, honestly, the idea of the ready check is probably a better idea than maybe you even thought about. Like, you can literally just type, like, do you guys want to stay or leave? And you ready check yes, ready check no, that's it. And there's your vote kick or vote stop or whatever. Surrender button. That's what I'm saying. But where would the button be? Like, that doesn't make any sense. There's no system here. It's just literally just walk into keys. Like, there's no rules about it. You know what I mean? Is there an example of this in World of Warcraft that I'm unaware of? That you just have, like, you can walk into a dungeon by yourself and, like, some set of rules shows up for you? I don't think this exists. It's always, like, its own instance. Like, if you do an LFR, it's its own instance. You can't walk into LFR alone. It has to form the group for you and, like, create this suite of technology behind it. I saw it on Twitter. How goated is that? It's amazing. It's like, I've never been more happy with one thing that's said by Blizzard before in my life. It's so fucking cool. Even if nothing happens, 8 years of silence. I'm so happy that that's finally broken. BC amazing. What's up, buddy? Welcome. And what if you lose? If the group is getting FF because the entire group, you are a friend of guild members. I don't know. I'm not even understanding what you're saying right now, man. They could implement an FF feature like they have in League. That's what I'm saying. I don't think they can. Like, I'm physically not sure they can. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. Like, something that only exists in Mythic plus Pugging. And, like, I don't know. Like, where does this come from? From the game's, like, UI and shit. I don't get it. I know everybody thinks it's possible, and I don't know that it is or isn't, but it just doesn't sound like something that would ever exist in WoW without a system behind it. You know what I mean? Like, everybody always talks about, like, oh, when you leave a LFR raid, you get a debuff. Why don't you do that in Mythic plus Pugging? But it's like, it's not the same thing. You can walk in and out of this instance. You can leave group whenever you want. Like, these things are just how WoW works. Like, I can invite this guy to a group, and then I can just leave his group, and there's not going to ever be a punishment for it. I don't have to type /FF to be able to leave the group. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't think these things happen unless there's an actual system. The people that got banned, I think they just leave the dungeon second after the start. I think it's more than that. But I don't know anybody who did get banned. That's what. So if anybody knows anybody who did get banned or sees an email or any confirmation that this happened, please let me know. There was one person who came forward saying they knew somebody and that person was banned for 10 days. If that is true, that's crazy. But yeah, I don't know that that's true. So check Reddit. I did. There was nothing. Is there something today? If majority of people in the Mythic Plus instance click yes, then the timer ends and you're TP'd out of the dungeon. It doesn't need a big system change. No, that what you just described obviously needs a system change. Like that's way more than what everybody else is asking for. That would definitely require a system. But yeah, like, is there a way to just bring up some pop-up whenever you type in something in the chat for only Mythic Plus Pugging? Like, I don't know. How can they check a report? That is the matter. I can't understand what you're saying, man. Can you proofread your comments, please? Just the threat of the ban should be big enough. That's what I said. Like, just the physical post is enough in my eyes. Like, even if literally nothing comes of it, it's like at least they are aware. They're happy to talk about it now, finally. A lot of people think this is a false flag and no one actually got banned. I think you're probably not too wrong about that, honestly. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised about that because I know they did something similar with that multi-boxing situation, but in reality, like, I don't think anybody actually got banned for multi-boxing. Blizzard does this a lot. And like I said, I don't even care. If literally 0 people didn't, like, if 0 people got action by this, I don't care. The fact that they're actually saying these words out loud means they are now aware that it's a problem and they may do something further. This is like really, really, really optimistic. Like, it may not be like deterministic. Like, it may have not made a big impact on me today, but it doesn't need to because it's now indicating that the company has not like got their head in the sand now, like they've had for 8 years, where they're just like, we don't give a shit about Pugging. Stop Pugging is effectively what you hear from them, you know. If they get rid of key depletion, the whole system is fixed. Potentially. I don't know that that's simple, but regardless, I do agree that key depletion should be removed. It's just obviously not on the table because I've been saying that for 8 years. I said that in Legion. I said that in Legion. You know what I mean? When they had the depleted keystone system, and instead of doing that, they did that bullshit that they did. So I don't think removing the keystone system is on the table. It's the first step in the right direction, even if it's a warning shot. Yeah, that's it, and it's like a step that is now like you built a house. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't need, nothing else new needs to come from this because there's a monument to it now. You know what I mean? There's this post that we could always refer to. What I want to know is how they are monitoring it. Yeah, we don't know, and they're not going to tell us one way or the other. So like, you can guess or speculate, but it doesn't really matter because they're not going to tell you how to circumvent their own system. You know. Like, that would be that. If they told you what they're doing, then you would know how to circumvent it. So they don't ever do this. They don't do this botting. They don't do this with goal buying. They don't do this with arena boosts. They don't do this with anything. Like, they have this behind-the-scenes system, which a lot of people think is inadequate, but they don't seem to care for some reason. So they probably believe it is adequate. That can search out this information quietly and not, you know, accidentally tip people off into how they're getting picked. And then they ban people when they think they do it, you know. Why do you think they won't remove the key downgrade system? I just said why. I've literally been giving them multiple, not just me, thousands of people have been giving them that feedback since Legion, and it hasn't even been addressed. So I've had first-hand experience with that, with what, the banning. Why would it fix anything apart from the key holder not losing shit because of trollers? That would be enough, effectively. Like, that would be enough. Because the real problem with the keystone system right now is that there's like incredible penalty for people leaving keys. Whereas if there was just 0 penalty for leaving keys, it wouldn't even matter. Like, we would sit here and there wouldn't be this conversation like, oh, I just try it again. You know what I mean? Like, all right, that guy is somebody we don't want to play with, but who cares? We just try it again. But the fact that I'm not allowed to try it again means I'll never do my own key. It means that you can't get into groups as easy, right? Because like, all right, I want to do Necrotic Wake. There's only like 3 Necrotic Wakes listed because people keep failing them. And you know what I mean? Like, but this is the system. Like, it's inexorably connected to progression. Like, it's not possible for them to just remove it and not make radical changes. I don't think it's on the table. I really enjoy your enthusiasm. Hopefully more good Mythic Plus news will come. I think, yeah, the future is really bright. But it's kind of the fun part of it, failing. You could still fail without the keystone going backwards. What's up, Metro? Hope you have a good Thanksgiving. Thank you, man. I'm sure I will. I got banned for exploiting at the start of Dragonflight. I have no clue what I did, and conversing with Blizzard, they would not tell me exactly what I did. Yeah, they never will. They never will. That's why it's like really incumbent upon everybody to be very, very careful about doing something in the video game. There really is no reason for them to not change it. It's some gamer brain rot to think that any key level failure is a good thing. See, like, you just totally discredited your own argument. Blizzard, like, this is why this is really stupid, okay, Kevin? You need to hear these words. Blizzard has an idea, okay? Whether or not you agree that it's a good idea, it's an idea that we know has been being used and is working for 8 years. All right, could it be better? It doesn't really matter. It's currently working, okay? So if you want to convince them to change it, you're going to need to be a little bit more careful with your words, let's put it that way, than by saying there really is no reason for them to not change it. It's some gamer brain rot to think that failure is a good thing. They obviously have a fucking reason that it's in the game, brother. Like, to say that bullshit like that, like, if I was a developer and read that, I would just be immediately averse to hearing your rest of your opinion. So if you guys want to actually have conversations about this, you need to be mature. You need to be, like, understanding that the game is a certain way, and you need to try to understand why it's that way before we can have a new way. Because if you don't try to understand the way, it will never make sense to them to remove it. Like, you have to convince them that their current way is not working for a large majority of people and that it should change. But we don't currently know exactly why they have it this way. And this is a big problem because everybody assumes that the keystone system, like, is one thing or another, but nobody really understands exactly why Blizzard does it or did it, you know what I mean? So we have to try to come up with that reason in our head and then have that argument from that standpoint. Progression does feel really bad when you're at a spot jumping from 11 to 12, but 11s are too easy and 12s are failing a lot. Oh yeah, that's a whole different problem, but yeah. I hope they take care of troll people and keys. Good news, maybe space, comma, kinda worried about the different factors can be evolved in a lever. I'm having a lot of trouble understanding what you're saying, man. For some reason, last week I was able to walk through the fog wall when the key was starting. I told my buddies, don't move, you'll get banned for exploiting. Nah, yeah, that happened for like a couple days. You're right about that, but I think Blizzard internally is arguing that there has to be a failure to create meaning, but losing real life time on a depleted key is more valuable than adding that. And see that, like, yeah, but so, like, do you understand? Like, Blizzard doesn't care. Like, they know that, right? Like, you're not saying anything novel there. If you want them to think about this opinion, like, you have to come up with something they haven't already thought about. Like you said, like, they internally is arguing that there has to be failure to create meaning, right? That's one way to put it. Like, you can put that, and then what's the next step? You have to argue with them to find a way that the failure and creating meaning is less valuable than something else, right? Because just removing it is definitely not on the table. You can't just get rid of keystones. Like, the system doesn't work anymore. It has to be supplanted with something new. So we need to come up with a new system that works better for their current goals than the current one, which is going to be very, very, very hard because we don't fully know the goals. You know what I mean? But I think it's easy to guess, like you said, that Blizzard wants there to be failure for some reason. And I think personally that failure exists because they don't want people just doing the same key thousands of times a season until they finally upgrade it, right? Because that's kind of how challenge modes were. You would just do the dungeon until you've succeeded at it. And the thing was, there was only the one level, so a lot of people would do it and then they would move out. You know what I mean? They would never do Blackrock Spire again, or whatever. You know, whatever dungeon. So now when there's levels, people would just keep doing the same dungeon over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And I don't think Blizzard wants that. I don't know why they don't want that. But I think, you know, when there's levels of this progression, there has to be a reason that going backwards and going forward are equally important to them. And I don't necessarily see it, but it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I'd argue that lowering a key rather than just depleting it and going again is failure in time. Lowering the key is toxic to the community. See, they would already have thought of that, and they don't care. You know what I mean? Like, they stuck with the current system for some reason, so. It's just not, like, you know what I mean? Like, these are not novel arguments to convince them. Saying it's toxic is like this. That's not, you're not saying anything. Hey, Metro, how are you today? Anthrax, I'm fucking outstanding, dude. Unbelievable news yesterday. I put my blanket over my head for extra stealth. What else? I love that Blizzard banned serial levers for keys. Me too. I love that they just said it. And that they said what they said. If you fail a key and set a key downgrade, you could have a small debuff associated with the key itself. Like what? Instead of levers being banned from Mythic Plus, can we just ban Ragnaros? No. 12s are like super easy right now. No way it's 5% of the active Mythic Plus player base. What do you mean? Did somebody say that? My feeling when Metro opens up the group finder and sees it's empty. When did that happen? It's probably way less than all the people who are rated this season, but yeah, out of people who play seriously, it's probably more. Oh, he said yeah, for 5% of the player base. I say I missed that comment. I don't know. It's really hard to talk about player base as well because, like, there's a lot of people who don't even try to do, because, like, you have to understand that, like, there's Mythic Plus, like, the content exists, and then there's different ways to approach the content, right? Like, if you literally only try to do 10s each week and you don't even try to progress, that's not the same thing as what I'm doing. You know what I mean? Like, this is a very different thing. So, like, to say that just because some guy entered a key one time a week, he's counts as, like, part of the population. It's like, that's not part of the population. Like, it doesn't, he'd never even tried a 12. He never even entered one. You know what I mean? He gets an 11 and lowers it to a 10. Like, so that you can't count that person. The result of that is that they get the community they breed. So if they think that lowering the key on depletes breed the community they want, then there is no argument to make. If a designer has a vision for the game, you can disagree with him, but if he likes the place it's at, the argument won't change his opinion. That's good. I'm glad we're on the same page now. So you have to come up with a way to change his opinion. You have to convince him that you have a system that works better than his system. That's the only way it's going to work. And that's how we got pretty much all the major changes that have ever happened in World of Warcraft. The system doesn't just go away, it just gets iterated upon with the same philosophy in mind in a better output. That's how it needs to work. So they're not ever going to just straight up remove key depletions. Like, that's not on the table. And I don't necessarily know why, but it's pretty clear because we've been asking for that for a very long time, and there's absolutely no feedback on that that's been heard by Blizzard. I just disagree with him for saying 12s are like super easy right now. I mean, I think they're probably not easy, but I think they're probably not. I don't know what the argument was anyway. Nice transmog. Oh yeah, thanks. This is the tier 2 set for Death Knight. Maybe like another affix when you fail. That was kind of like the key depletion system, right? Where it was your key was like no longer a functional key until you upgrade it again. I don't think they're gonna go back to that, but anyway, yeah. All right, I guess we'll do some keys. I don't know, man. I could literally sit here and talk about this all day. Well, so yeah, so you came to a conclusion that I came to a while ago, that there could be a way to do the key again, but not an unlimited way. And the way I would like to see that, Rasbaro, is a currency that you get from finishing keys allows you to buy something that protects the keystone. So if I finish a bunch of keys, then I can then go buy a scroll that makes my key unbreakable for one turn, one try. And then, if you fail, you can go do it like, and this encourages people to go finish keys. It doesn't only encourage people to upgrade keys. I think this is the #1 thing that needs to happen with the system to be fully fixed permanently, besides them actually just banning levers. The number one thing that would need to happen is you need to incentivize finishing keys as much as upgrading keys. Because right now, upgrading keys is like the only thing a lot of people have tricked themselves into caring about. You know, we could argue about that too, but regardless, like that's just the truth. And you need to change that perspective. You need to get them to care about finishing keys as much as they care about upgrading keys. So when they enter your key, there's 2 things that they're interested in, not just one. Then at that point, you'll immediately lessen the problem. There'll still be people who only care about one of the 2 things, but in reality, good players will try to protect their keystone because it will help them progress faster. Like if I could protect my keystone by running 10 keys a week and then have 10 protections a week, I would do my own key every single week. You know what I mean? There would be no reason not to. Now we have to complete all the keys even when the group is bad. Thumbs up. No, you just have to not leave a lot. That's... Yeah, I can barely fucking understand what you're saying, dude, but yeah. This whole, like, I'm going to be probably making another video on this weekend, and it's not going to go well. This is not going to go well for a lot of you guys, because these people who keep thinking that, like, because there's now a potential ban looming over your head that you have to stay in keys that, like, are objectively failing. It's like, first of all, this never fucking happens. Show me a key where this has happened. Show me a key where you tried. You stayed in the key for an hour, and 5 people in this group could not complete this boss. I want to see footage of that first, because I've never seen it. Not once have I seen footage of that, okay? And then 2, prove to me that it's happening very, very frequently, that you're worried about not being able to leave that key enough, because I don't think this is even remotely true. I think this is false, and you're making up bullshit, okay? Making up bullshit to sound like you're not like a coward, not a fucking bad person in this game. And that is despicable, because you're trying to convince somebody to care about your opinion when you're fucking lying. Fucking lying about it. That is so despicable, it's unbelievable. And if it was me who led this game and I saw people doing that, every single person who said that would be fucking banned, because that is unbelievably cowardice, unbelievably unfair to the conversation. They're trying to be, you know, helping the conversation, and you got people fucking lying about it because they just want to be selfish. That's so unbelievably unfair. So if you're going to do that here, you're going to get banned here. I'm just telling you that now. Anybody who does that from now on about this topic is going to be banned. Once I make that video, that's the end of it. I leave these comments up until I make the video, and then we're done with this. If you're gonna make up bullshit and you don't have proof that it's happening, then get the fuck out of here. This is not the right place for you. Anyway, it's not a game like WoW. It's a different kind of way. Dealing with levers is also a tricky endeavor because you have to define who is legitimate lever and who gets kicked. I play another game where levers are punished with probation. It's not a game like WoW. It's a different kind of leaving. But leaving squads in that game puts you on probation where your squad is unable to do certain things for X amount of time. Yeah, I think it's definitely hard to judge, but like I said, that's Blizzard's job at this point. Anyway, hey Metro, how are you? I was just watching some of your videos and an idea about the levers. What if there wasn't a system for several tries for one key, but a lever score similar to Raider.io? That could work, but they would need to change how the score is calculated, because right now Blizzard doesn't allow Raider.io to see keys that aren't finished. Anyway, what else? I'm gonna fire up another WoW account, get some homies together, and just leave my own key to test the ban. Are you really? Anyone who thinks it's a bad decision is absolutely stupid, and I feel like I'm being generous. They're just in, like, they're not being truthful. That's all there is. Anybody who argues about this is simply not being truthful. They're just bad people. And they want to keep being bad people, so they're making up reasons to make it sound like their argument is legitimate, and it's just not. Like, you're just a fucking bad person. Now there's going to be reasons for you to not be a bad person. This is a good thing. You should want this. You should not want to be a fucking self-centered person in the pug world. This is harming you. You just don't understand it's harming you because you're not intelligent enough to think about what other people in the game want. And it's really weird because people keep making this conversation happen around just them. Like, oh, if other people suck, I'm not going to stay. Then why the fuck are you in the key? You're joining a group. You're joining a team. You willingly joined a team activity, and now you're unhappy with said team. Why don't you worry about a little bit more about the team you're joining? This is a problem that you created for yourself. It doesn't make any sense. Like, and it's just pure fucking selfish. Like, it's just selfish. It's just selfish. That there's nothing else about it. It's not a nuanced perspective. You only care about yourself, and that's not fair. Like, this isn't solo content. It's not supposed to be solo content, but the game is developed in a way that people think it can be. Anyway, I'm just glad the blue post acknowledges that IRL stuff can happen out of nowhere. Oh yeah, I mean, obviously Blizzard is gonna not just ban somebody the second it happens, right? But it doesn't even need to really acknowledge, because unless, like, literally, I've been pugging for 8 years, right? My father passed away in the middle of a key, and my mother fell and broke her leg right outside this door in the middle of a key. That's it. 2 times in 8 years of pugging, and you guys know how many keys I've done. So, like, even if you did, like, even if they were concerned with that and they said, no, that's still illegitimate reason to leave, it doesn't happen enough. Like, if it's happening to you every single week, you need to stop pugging. You need to do, you need to get your life in order. Something's wrong. Anyway, we need a Mythic Plus solo queue. Sounds so fun to do. I think it would be good for everybody, yeah. Normally you get about 3 to 4 wipes on a boss and group decides to disband. I've never had it anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Prove to me that this is happening, because it's not happening anywhere. Nowhere is this happening, that people are just throwing fucking hundreds of attempts at a boss and a 5-man and they can't beat it. Like, I don't know where people think this is happening. I've literally been reviewing keys like every single week for like probably almost 2 years now, and I've never been submitted a key where the group spends 3 hours on one boss. Like, this doesn't exist. The same people getting mad are the same people who get mad when they find out their search history isn't private. Like, why are you mad? What are you searching? Yes, exactly. That's a good way to look at it. They're just, they know they're guilty, and they're trying to pretend like there's some reason for them to not be punished for it. You know what I mean? Lever score would be really stupid. Don't think they would ever add this. No way they would show something negative about characters. They probably won't. I agree, but I think it wouldn't be stupid. I just think they wouldn't do it. Only time this rule is bad is if someone puts a carry run in LFG. That's the only time it's justified to leave. Yeah, either way. Not going to happen enough that it matters. If your tank wipes on the first pull because they don't press the defensive, then fuck them. What is that? I have more fun when a group works together, even if it depletes. Yeah, that's a good way to look at it too. Hell yeah, and we will do control groups. We will do DCs for a week and see if it flags it. Let me know how it goes, man. It's a long-running problem with WoW players. I deserve the best loot. Mythic Plus should drop all the gear. I deserve the perfect pug each time. Why are there no tanks? Right, it's just a lot of entitlement and a lot of self-centered behavior, which is just not something that ever should be... Like, why you would even think that you deserve this is beyond me. Like, it doesn't even make sense. Hey, Metro, how you doing today? I'm fucking doing outstanding, dude. You have no idea how good I'm doing. Today, I invite 3-man group to my key, and one of them, the tank, got the lead. The last boss, they kicked me to report me because one of them got mad. Yeah, well, this is why you want to record your keys. Record them and send them in. We'll take a look at it. Great, now I can finally start gearing on my healer, which I can't figure out how to play, and just report people who live because I screw up. You mean who leave? Yeah, you can do that. If people are doing that regularly and you're actually causing that, then, you know, you should feel bad about yourself. But in reality, they should be staying in the group. As long as you're actually succeeding in the key, which you would be because you wouldn't have the same key level over and over again, then there's no reason for any of that to be a problem. So you guys make up these fucking bullshit hypothetical situations, but they don't even make sense. Like, what are you going to keep failing 2s because you don't know how to heal? I could fucking go in there and solo a 2 naked. Nobody's ever going to have this happen. Like, this literally doesn't exist. You guys make up these bullshit scenarios that don't even exist. So prove to me they exist. Prove to me they exist. And then we'll talk about them. If you can prove to me they exist, we'll talk about them. But they don't exist. Cameron's back in the chat. What's up, man? Glad to see you again, dude. In your reality, Metro, why can't exist is human behavior. People have mistakes. It's not about mistakes, bro. It's about reality. Like, this isn't existing. This doesn't happen. Show me that this happens. Not everybody can record their keys. That's incorrect. Everybody can record their keys. Everybody can record their keys. If you can show me this is happening, where you are in a key of some level, of some difficulty, that cannot beat bosses, and you're trying for over an hour to beat a boss and you can't beat it, then we'll have a whole different conversation here. But you need to prove that to me first before I give a shit. No one is doing 2-hour keys unless you know the whole group. I remember doing weekly no lever 20s week 1. Yeah. You know what? I've had this happen 3 times in my life. The first day of a season where we're trying to get the highest key possible that week. And we spend multiple hours in there, and at no point does it feel like, wow, we can't possibly do this. It's just fucking hard. So this is day 1 of a season, right? So prove to me that week 11 of a season, you're going into keys with people who cannot physically complete the key they're somehow in. It just doesn't exist. I mean, it does not exist. It doesn't even make sense that people say this out loud. Hey Metro, had 13, Eric Harrod downgrading to 11 in like 1 minute. 2 levers on the first pull. Now I don't want to run my key at all. Exactly. That's why this needs to change. And you know what, dude? It's probably like this fucking idiot on the YouTube comments yesterday was like, yeah, well, I always leave an Eric error if the guy doesn't do the pull right to the first mini boss. So you see how many times we upgrade this key without that pull? So these guys actually fucking suck at the game. Like, they're willing to suck at the game just to have an ego. That's how stupid these people are. And we're sitting here like, apparently not giving them the right credence. Like, well, we're not considering their point of view. It's like, you guys are literally admitting that you suck at the game. You'd rather leave a key because you have an ego than actually succeed at the key. You know what I mean? Like, how fucking bad are you? That's so bad. Like, to respect that is insanity. It doesn't even make sense. The guy says faxy, but that is the argument that they are saying. What if you don't know them? Basically, I can leave a group after that time. Nobody's gonna... Dude, did you even fucking... Can you read? Can you speak and understand English? Did you read what he said? I'll read it again for you since you can't seem to understand what he said. He said, no one is doing 2-hour keys unless they know the whole group. Do you know what that means? It means that everybody gave up. That everybody agreed to stop. That's what he's trying to say there. And you try to turn that around on him? Like, bro, you're not intelligent enough to have this argument, man. I'm sorry. Like, I can barely understand what you're saying. This is not working, okay? It's really not working, all right? You guys who make these arguments, you're going to need to be a little bit more intelligent. I wonder what the determining metric was for the banning. I imagine it is a rather large number of leaves. Yeah, and they're never going to tell us because it's in their best interest to obfuscate it. But reality is it's probably not. Probably very few people fit the criteria that they're willing to start at. After 4 years of break from WoW, I have tank anxiety because of the Pug Mythic Plus where I did Pug raids before even LFR was made. Well, I wouldn't worry about it. Just get in there and get some practice. That first pull of mini boss is so dangerous. I agree. I don't recommend people doing that. DPS rushing and telling a tank what to do ruins the fun of being a tank. It's true. I agree. Time for my druid's first of many Nomer runs. Oh, still doing Nomer at 35. People would rather say what everyone else tells them than think for themselves. That's true. Although I don't know that that's applicable here, but it doesn't affect me since I don't leave keys. Good. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, anybody who's not optimistic about this is just self-admitting that they're just not worth considering. Like, to be anything other than excited about this proves that you are not somebody who is interested in the long-term health of the situation getting solved. Because the fact that they've not said a single word for 8 years about this, and now all of a sudden they're talking about it, is like the best fucking news. Like, it doesn't even matter if nothing happens. It doesn't even matter if nothing happens. The fact that they're actually talking about it is so like, we should all be so optimistic about it. That guy says, you are disrespectful. I'm disrespectful because you're being disrespectful. You're saying the same bullshit over and over again. You're not listening to the arguments that are coming, and then you're actually just like making up bullshit. Like, you're literally making up situations that aren't happening in the game. Then somebody is trying to disagree with you, and you go, exactly, that guy is agreeing with me. Like, can you be any less disingenuous? Like, this is insulting. You're getting what you deserve on this topic, dude. This is not a fair way to have an argument. It's not a perspective. This is fact. This is what I'm saying, dude. Challenge the actual fact. If you want to talk about this, show me footage of this happening. Show me footage of this happening. If it doesn't happen, we have no conversation. Do you understand that? There's nothing else to discuss. There is no situation occurring where people are failing to succeed in keys over a long period of time. That doesn't happen. The only situation that's happening is a mismatch of expectations where one mistake causes this cascade of brain activity where people all of a sudden now think that somehow they're in a key with 5 people who are all the same progression level, but they're better than everybody else. That's the phenomena. You want to explain something? Explain that. Explain that to me, how people constantly do keys where everybody's 3K score, but somehow the one person is objectively worse than them in all ways because they made a mistake in the dungeon. That's what's actually happening. There's never been a fucking key where people are signing up that are all the same competency level and they physically cannot complete the dungeon. Not fucking one time. Not fucking one time. Prove it to me that it's happened. That's it. That's the end of the conversation. Not fucking one time has that ever occurred where 3K players go into a 13 and can't finish the dungeon. Not one time has that ever happened. Prove it to me. What's your thoughts on a surrender vote that needs 3 out of 5 or 4 out of 5 players to vote? I would be in favor of this. I just don't think it's physical. No, it hasn't happened to you either. Shut the fuck up and prove it to me. End of the conversation. Anyway, sorry. I would be in favor of the vote to leave, but I don't think it's physically possible given the way the game works currently. Systems like that usually require systems around them. And I can literally just walk in, put my key in, you know what I mean? Like, how do you do that? Like, if I want to go solo a 5-man, like, and I want to leave, do I need to vote to surrender myself? Like, I don't think the system works the way the game works currently. Once it truly gets to this point where we will not time it, I say to them, I'm down to complete, shall we? You know what actually happens? Where people fail multiple times, they all agree to stop. That's what I'm trying to elucidate here. Nobody is actually failing at that level and wanting to continue. Because why the fuck would you, dude? The content is something that's meant to take 30 minutes, right? You know this. When you enter the key, it tells you that you have 36 minutes to do this. You're now in there for double that. Do you feel good about that? Nobody feels good about that. Nobody is continually trying to do it when it's double the timer. Not one fucking group does this. Literally, the only time I've ever experienced it is at the very, very, very beginning of a season when we are desperately trying to get our weekly cap, okay? And never is it anywhere near as bad as people make it sound. When people like this are like, I've spent an hour in this group. These guys couldn't even move their characters. Like, I'm not convinced they're human beings. Like, this is the fucking bullshit you hear from these people. It doesn't happen. It's not even close to reality. So making up these hypothetical situations just to try to make your argument sound stronger is like, I could see why you're a leaver. Because you're a fucking coward. You can't even talk about things that are actually happening in and out of the game in a way that is like representing that. You know what I mean? You're trying to change the reality of the game to trick the developers into thinking you're right about something. And that is the most disrespectful thing you could ever do about this game. The most disrespectful thing you could ever do about this game. Because even though you may think that these people who are getting paid an enormous amount of money to make this video game are less competent than you, I can assure you they say the same thing about you. They read your bullshit comment. This fucking guy can't even not put a comma after a space, and he wants people to take him serious. You think the Blizzard developers who get paid hundreds of $1,000s a year to fix this game and make this game are going to read your bullshit comment and think, oh, this guy must be right. He's spending 3 hours in a key with people of the same competency level and they can't kill bosses. We better let him leave whenever he wants. Why would you even say that? That is so fucking arrogant. It's unbelievable. It doesn't even make sense, and people bring it up constantly. There's a lot left to learn in the rest of a brick key. People leave and go in the next one and do the same shit like they bricked it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, everybody should be looking to learn from every key, whether we're talking about a 3 or a 13 or a 20. It doesn't matter. There's always something to be learned in said key. You have not mastered the key. Otherwise, you wouldn't be doing that key, right? If you believe you've mastered it, then you would never be doing that key level. Like, I could argue I've mastered a 5. I'm nowhere near doing a 5. I'm not going to walk into a 5 and think, oh, everybody around me better have mastered it too, because I'm a god at this fucking game, and if they don't match up with my expectations, I'm going to leave. You know what I mean? That's just not how the game works out. You're always at your progression level. You're always working on getting better. But for some reason, people don't understand that when you start failing. They start thinking like, well, it wasn't me. There's no way I can get better. There's nothing that I need to change. I will just do whatever I want now. Where in reality, there's people out there, even though it may not seem like they're common, there's people out there who are thinking like, well, I would like to try to get better at this, but the community is stopping me. So people like that are causing that to be so detrimental that you can't even try. Like, I want to list my own key, I want to go learn about it, and one pull in, the group's gone. What do I do? Like, what is my goal here? What is my point in doing this? There's no reason for me to do it. It's causing this cyclical problem where keys are effectively like, anybody listing their key is honestly probably like not even really that, you know, they just don't even care. Like, it's like a laissez-faire thing to even list your key anymore. Because at this point, like, why would you even do your own key? You know, you got people like this arguing about this shit. Like, why would I even want to try? The likelihood that you run into one of these people, because all you need is one person. So you need to have 100% hit rate at this point. You need to not pull a single guy out of LFR, out of LFG that's like that in order to succeed. See, look at this fucking bullshit comment again. So learn it in a low Mythic Plus instead of having to tell people how things work in a 10. That doesn't fucking exist, and I'm now sure that you fucking blow dick at this game. Because if you think, first of all, you brought up a 10. Like, okay, instantly lost any argument credibility there. But let's just go with that number, right? We'll stick with that number. So if you think I could learn something in, say, a 5 that will help me in a 10, you're fucking out of your mind. You've never done the dungeons before. I literally do a 12 and then a 13, and it's like a different dungeon. That extra tuning on some mobs will take it from, oh shit, I need purgatory for this pack now. You know what I mean? Like, it goes from a 12 where I'm in no danger to a 13 where it's like, holy shit, this is hard to survive now. It's a totally different, every key level is different. You always have something to learn. I've done Dawnbreaker like 20 times in the last 3 weeks. It's different every fucking time. At no point have I ever felt like, oh, I've done Dawnbreaker 13 like 10 times now. I've mastered it. These guys aren't kicking the spell I want them to kick, so they suck. You know what I mean? Like, at no point has that even gone through my head. It's a good change overall. Probably won't fix some of the toxic players in EU, though. I mean, toxicity is a whole different topic. It's a whole different topic, so that's not going to go anywhere, but... Have to agree on the tuning difference. It does feel indeed like a different key. Yeah, I mean, it's like anybody who's done keys regularly would know that. You cannot go down multiple levels and learn anything for the level you're progressing at. It's just not possible. It doesn't even, it's not even remotely possible, because the main thing is CD timing. The main thing is understanding where the danger comes, and that's going to change level per level. Keys come in 2 flavors: levels you can do full YOLO Zerg, and levels where little shit kills you. And the amount of little shit increases with the key level. Yep, and that can change the whole dynamic of the dungeon's difficulty. I feel like I'm an enigma now because I love rerunning things to learn how to get better and to learn the ins and outs. That shouldn't be an enigma. You should be common, because the content is meant to be hard. It's meant to be, it's challenging you in multiple ways. But people just run away from this challenge. Like, they wake up in the morning and say, I want to do some Mythic Plus today, but I don't want it to be hard. And as soon as it's hard, they're like, I'm out. It's not my problem anymore. You know what I mean? And this is the system that we have here, that Blizzard has unfortunately created and allowed to foster, where these people are actually thinking they're doing something right. People are saying this shit and they actually think they're right. It's crazy. This is fucked up from Blizzard to have allowed it to get this far. But you get some hard truths coming your way, man. I don't know if everybody's going to get banned. I don't know what's going to happen from Blizzard, but the fact that their eyes are now fixed on that means that you better be goddamn sure you know what you're doing in these keys. Because if you're just willy-nilly leaving keys and then blaming other people for not being able to interrupt or whatever, that's not going to be good enough for Blizzard. Based on what they wrote, man, you guys have a harsh reality coming. Whether or not it happens, I don't know. But Blizzard doesn't just write posts and post them. It's not Twitter. Then, oh, I might delete this later. This shit ain't happening. If they type it, they mean it. A good example is the difference between Naka 19 and 20 is that the priority monster change in the second area where you need to kill the totem because it's impossible to survive the lightning. Oh, there's a billion examples. Good example. I like yours. Good example, but there's a billion examples. Personally struggling trying to do 12s, playing off meta. Feels impossible getting into 12s, and people don't want to sign up to my key either. I just want to get better, but the game doesn't let me. The game definitely lets you. It's just you and the way you're interfacing with the game that's slowing you down. I don't believe you that nobody wants to sign up to your key, but there's a million ways to work around this. You can change yourself to a more viable role, a more wanted role. You can try to make friends. You don't even need to make a lot of friends. You know what I mean? Just a couple friends. There's a million different ways. You can go try to join like a WoW Made Easy type group. There's a million ways for you to solve this problem. Definitely not Blizzard's fault. I can tank 11s with my eyes closed. 12s I get crushed. Yeah, and so this is a truly stupid thing to bring up when you know that 11s and 12s are so much different, right? Like, it's truly stupid to even what these other people are saying, not you, Wixky, but what other people are saying. Like, you could learn, you're telling me I could learn everything I need to learn in an 11 and a 12? It's like, bro, an 11 is literally totally different. It has the fixes that don't exist in the 12. How could you even say it? It really is just asinine. Do you think the game suggesting to people who regularly fail and leave keys alternate content or a lower key level? Do you think the game is suggesting to people who regularly fail and leave keys? Do you mean like with the keystone system? I think that's what they're trying to get at with the keystone system. Like, hey, you didn't succeed in that key, you should be lower. But it's not true. It's not. That's just not what's happening. People are leaving keys for reasons that aren't due to them not being ready for them. You know what I mean? They're leaving them for selfish bullshit reasons that like people have come up with their own head that aren't even reality. So like why do we care about these people? I can't understand why anybody would care about these people. They're literally just making the game worse for everybody. They're making the game worse for themselves, and they're acting like they're doing nothing wrong. Like, you're gonna have to fucking wake up and eventually admit this. You need a single friend that plays as a tanker healer. That's all you'll need. Yep. Lots of ways. I just dealt with this in Classic. It's like I couldn't get a group as a rep pally, so I just started tanking. Problem solved. That's why I'm a tank right now. I think it's fair to say that it's frustrating to be into an off-meta spec or role and to vent that frustration, but it doesn't mean that there aren't ways to work around it. Yeah, no, you can vent it all you like, but to say that, what was the comment? That the game doesn't allow you to progress? It's not true. It's factually incorrect. My team timed all 11s, went into our first 12 the other day, and boom, death left, right, and center to begin with. Yeah, it's so much harder. 12s are so much harder. Just don't let keys deplete, and Mythic Plus is in a way better spot. Agreed, but again, probably not on the table because that's feedback we've been giving them for a long, long time. Genuine question, because I haven't been playing. As a 572 Resto Druid, what should I do right now for gear? I would do all your delves first and foremost. I'm a returning player from BFA. What would be equivalent to a 15 BFA key to the new key system? There'd be no way for me to give that equivalency. It wouldn't even really be possible to give it from last expansion. But like from BFA to now, an enormous amount of things have changed. First of all, if you played in BFA, you'll remember how hard Tyrannical was compared to Fortified. You'll remember how hard some affixes were compared to some others. Like, these things are not comparable. We can't compare them right now. I'll just reroll meta every season. So dumb. That's not the only option, but it honestly is what a lot of people do. So you have a lot of options in front of you. But complaining about them on a live stream is not going to help you either way. I can tell you that for sure. I play Holy Priest and just assume people think I'm Dick's Priest. Harry was doing that. He was signing up as Disc and then switching to Holy. What eye level should I start Mythic Plus at? And is Resto Druid okay right now, or am I wasting my time? You should start as soon as possible and get to the highest progression you can get ASAP. Resto Druid is not very good right now, but it doesn't really matter. You can play Resto Druid if you really like it. A BFA 15 would probably be a 7 or 8 now. I don't think there's any way to compare it, because you got to remember how different affixes were back then. I'm not gonna lie, I did my first 12 on my Death Knight the other day, and it reamed me so bad it almost made me think I was crap at Blood Death Knight, since I wasn't ready for the jump. Yeah, and it used to be 10% larger than it was, right? Like, it was 20%, now it's 10%. It's crazy. BFA was only the second expansion with Mythic Plus, right? Yeah, Legion, then BFA, then Shadowlands, and Dragonflight, then now. 12s are definitely much harder than 11, but going from a smooth 11 to getting crushed immediately on 12 doesn't sound right. I agree, and I've been saying that since the beginning when people were asking for this, so unfortunately too late for that. Should have to bet your key in order to upgrade it. If you don't, then it can't deplete. I wonder if that would work. I think there's ways to work with the current keystone system that are better than the current keystone system without changing the current keystone system, but I don't think it's on the table one way or the other. Like, I just don't think Blizzard thinks this is a problem. I think they have goals and it's working, because there's been 0 changes to the keystone system. They even had a system in the past where you were able to delete your key and get a new one, and they removed that option. Like, that was a bug, you know what I mean? So, like, a lot of things people suggest that might happen are things that Blizzard just doesn't seem to want to happen, so. Hey, Daiko, what's up, buddy? Welcome. Finally, they ban levers, but it is just a test if the message shows better player behavior, or will they really ban? I think it's probably just a test, mostly, but I'm waiting to see if there's any proof of it. I've not gotten any proof. I had one comment saying that he knows somebody who was banned, but he cannot get me proof, so. Here's another guy here. We'll read this comment. I don't know why people do this. Like, why'd you waste all this time typing like this? Typing the space or the caps button or whatever you're doing. Like, you make yourself look like a fucking idiot. Is an absolute insane take right now. You expect someone to pay tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of gold and repair each season because they pugged into a key and can't leave because the leader who could have 15 deaths doesn't want to? What if someone only has 2 hours to play? Do you expect that person to sit in a no-lever key for 60 to 90 minutes? You are just as toxic, if not more toxic, than the levers, trying to force people to stick through some of these BS keys. Throughout this whole video, you also act as if IO is a clear sign of someone's skill. There are plenty of people with inflated IO every season. So just didn't understand a single fucking word that I was explaining in the video. To be fair, I don't think I explained it very well. I think if I can go back and say different words there, I probably will. What I was trying to say is, like, Blizzard assigns you a score based on your success rate, not based on your, like, how good you think you are at the game. Like, that's not how it works. So if I'm 3K and you're 3K, we did the same thing to get to that point. Whether or not you think you're better than I am or I think I'm better than you is not relevant. That's not what skill is. That's just in your own brain. Blizzard has determined that your skill is worth a certain amount of points, and you now have those points. All of those people are equal on that front. That's what I was trying to say. But yeah. This is probably just that dude's friend, to be honest, because it's the same guy who was just here. But yeah, say the same thing to anybody. If you think this is a reality, then you should be able to prove it to me very easily. If you think because Blizzard used the word a great many levers, right? If you think that there is a great many keys out there where somehow people are doing keys that they are totally outclassed by and they will never succeed in, then just prove it to me. I just want to see footage of that first. If you can show me footage of that, then we can talk about it and we can have a whole different conversation. But I do not believe that's happening at any point. I don't think there's a single group out there who's ever done that. Anyway, we're not doing any keys today. I don't know. At this point, maybe not. IO is a measure of your progression and your experience in keys. So yes, it is a marker of skill. Right. It's like just how the game measures it. Like whether or not you think you're better than it is, it's not relevant. That's not what we're talking about. I don't know. Mythic Plus seems like it festers toxicity due to the brutal nature of the Keystone system. All hard content does, right? Everything that's challenging, people get frustrated because they're not able to control their own emotions. So that's not really the system. It's just people just suck. You know what I mean? People are not mentally capable of dealing with challenging things regularly. Anyway, like, you can't tell me that someone who does something but 10s and 11s are experienced enough to run 13s without mistake. Right, yeah, obviously the score is doing its job in that way. Not sure it would really be a long-term solution. Knowing Blizzard, they'll just use an automatic system. What, for the banning of the keys? Or banning of the levers? I don't know how they're going to do it, but one way or the other, that's on them. I'm just reacting to the words they said. I carried a friend to 2.6k IO and he knew zero mechanics. Mythic Plus rating doesn't mean much. It doesn't necessarily have to mean anything. It's just a factual representation of where they're at in the game. So I don't think what you're saying is true, first of all, but we'll ignore that because you're not being argumentative about it. But yeah, regardless, like, for somebody to upgrade a key, they have to be present in it. And even if they actually did zero, they did that over a long period of time somehow and succeeded, So they got what they put their time into, you know? That's just how the game works. You don't get it for free. You have to actually be present. Whether or not somebody else made a better impact on the key than you that's up to the players to think about that. But at the end of the day, if everybody's 3K, you all worked the same amount. Like, you all did the same things to get to that point. Blizzard's criteria for these bans probably fits less than 10 people you've run across the season, if not less. It won't make pugging noticeably different at all. We don't know anything about that. Why do you guys say that? Like, why do you make that assumption? Less than 10 people you run across. Where do you get that number from? I get what you're saying, but Blizzard should have a more meaningful marker. No, I think the marker is currently good. Could it be better? Yeah, but it doesn't need to be. No. Do you think that doing it at the end of every season would be enough, or would they have to constantly monitor the potential griefers? I mean, if it was me doing it, I would do it every week, obviously, yeah. Because somebody could leave 100 keys a week if they wanted to, you know? You can't just do it once and then expect it to be good for the rest of the expansion. More than the IO score, people should pay attention to how many time keys someone has. Right, if you can see like a ratio, then it would be way, way better. Except you buy boosts, you see a lot of 10 boost buyers in queues. I'm sure. Like I said, I'm sure. We can't talk about that though. Like, that's not what we're talking about here. Every once in a while, you run into somebody who is definitely not, you know, you can tell that they didn't really put a lot of work in to get to the point they're at. But Blizzard has still told them that they're allowed to be at that. So we can't argue that. Like, to try to argue about that is just you trying to bring opinions to a factual conversation. Like, if you're the same score, Blizzard has deemed you the same quality player. That's it. It's the end of the story. You want to try to cheat to get to that point, or you want to allege that somebody else cheated to get to that point, well, you have a new problem. But this is not what we're talking about. We're talking about high IO. People can easily get inflated to 2.5, but I swear no one is getting inflated at 3K. So like, you can get inflated is just an opinion, right? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to help everybody understand here. Like, I can do a key with somebody and be like, wow, how the fuck did that guy get to my same level, right? Because like, I feel like I put a lot of work in, and now in the moment I feel like that guy did not put a lot of work in. But in reality, he put in the same amount. Like, you know what I mean? Like, we are likely putting in the same amount of work. He may just be having a bad day, or maybe a bad key, or even something else, like he's lacking or something, you know? Like, at the end of the day, if you're in a key with 5 people who are all the same level based on World of Warcraft's competency metric of Raider IO score, whatever you want to call it now, you have to understand that that is something that you must respect. You cannot be saying that, like, oh, these guys are just like somehow not worth my own time, even though, like, you know what I mean? They're probably saying the same fucking thing about you, right? Think about this, right? Like, all these people who bash me for doing things in Mythic Plus, I'm saying the same thing about them. They don't like me, and I don't like them. So why do you think that, like, oh, this guy is not doing what I want him to do, so I'm right and he's wrong, and I'm gonna leave because of that? They're saying the same fucking thing about you. Like, they literally are. People are probably in this boat constantly, and they're too stupid to realize that they're in it. You have to be self-aware. Like, you have to understand that sometimes you make mistakes too. And guess what? A lot of the things you're picking on other people for, they may not be picking on you because they're mature adults who just don't think it's productive to do that. Whereas you're ridiculing people and leaving keys over it, they're able to control their own emotions and they're not concerned with it. They're just rolling with the punches. That's how it should be. Like, everybody should be able to react that way. But it seems like very few are, well, there's still a lot of people who can, but the number who can't continues to grow higher and higher. The only way they can ban leavers is in the extremes. They'd have to hire an army to differentiate if someone would left a maybe timeable key, or if they were just being an asshole. They would not have to hire an army for that. I can literally just submit them videos of it. Like, this is really just, there's no need to make assumptions about this. There's just no point to it. You're trying to have a conversation about this, we'll just talk about what we already know. We don't know how they're going to do it. We don't need to know how they're going to do it. They said they're going to do it. So unless you're sitting here calling them liars, I mean, which I don't care about one way or the other, it's like, there's no point in conversating on this. You're not going to change what they just said. They're not going to just retract the post because you're like, well, actually, there's no way you're going to be able to do what you just said, so don't even bother trying. They have a plan, obviously. They wouldn't have said it if they didn't have a plan. I hope they continue to monitor and broadcast to the greater community that this is the standard going forward and the bans aren't just a warning. Me too. I agree. I hope they will do that. People have main character syndrome. Is there a new reporting option? I don't think so. I mean, I've not seen anything. Here, we'll try to... I don't know, like the report screen doesn't even work for me a lot of times. I assume it would be under this. This is what somebody, now, you know, go back here. Oh, blocking team progress. Is that new? But you see all of these things are already, people are like, well, now I'm held hostage, so I'm just going to keep pulling mobs until the people, other people have to leave. So I'm just going to check all 3 of these things in. Okay, cool. Do you think you're not going to get suspended for that? Blocking team progress has been there. Okay. I've never seen that one, but yeah. I'm sure it has been. Yes, but manually monitoring requires a lot of GMs reading logs, etc. I guess they'll have to sort it out by the number of reports and ban the top X offenders. Yeah, however they do it, I don't really care. Like they said they're going to do it, so we'll just see how it goes. It's a very measurable metric. You look at the median incomplete key rate versus for a given level range, and then whoever has an absurdly higher rate is a problem player. Probably have that data. They probably have that data. What else? Seems to me that people are too concerned with what others do instead of what they do. Well, they're just trying to obfuscate what they do by saying other people are the problem, right? That's how this all started. Like, you want to justify that you're a leaver? Well, good luck to me, because you're not going to be able to. But like most of the time, people try. They try to just say like, oh well, you would do the same thing if you were in my boat. But it's like, I'm never going to be in your boat, bro, because your boat is like something that is wrong with you. It's not something that's normal. Your boat is you're like lashing out at other people. You're in a sinking ship the fucking minute you wake up, and I'm not. That's the difference. You're looking for reasons to fail. I'm not. I'm looking for reasons to overcome failure. I'm looking at failure as a stepping stone to success. You're looking at failure as inevitable, and you're looking for somebody to blame because you refuse to look at that inwardly. Are you going to start reporting people? This is going to suck to say this, but I'm not going to now. Because I don't want to not see these people. Usually when you report, you get like, they get blocked. Like you can't see them again. Now, I don't necessarily know that that would impact pugging, but I'm here to document. You know what I mean? I'm not here to hide. So I'm probably, unless there's proof that me reporting people helps, then I will start doing it. But I'm not going to just start randomly reporting people just because it's going to cause problems for what we're doing here. The only key I've ever left first was when they were being super racist. Yeah, I mean, like, there's definitely reasons that people leave, and it's like, okay, well, I don't blame you for that. But one way or the other, none of those reasons happen often enough that they would be a concern. They're tracking kills of bosses all the way back to BC and older. The data is there. They just need to make a system or borrow one to mine what they already have. I'm sure they have everything they need. I agree with that. I don't want people to be banned. That seems a bit extreme. I can agree with that. I think it is extreme. And I think that's a really important part of this. Because they are doing it to be extreme. They're doing it to draw that line in the sand. They're doing it to say like, hey, enough's enough. If you do this, you won't be allowed to play World of Warcraft. And somebody came forward and said that they know somebody was banned for 10 days for it. So if it's true, 10-day ban on your first offense for that, that's a very substantial action. I don't know if it's true. I'm assuming it is, but I honestly don't know that it is. I wouldn't expect it to be. But regardless, any type of ban is a substantial action. I think it should have been a silence. I would have said a silence is fine. Like, to get silence, it means you can't pug anymore. So I think that's the right way to handle it. But Blizzard doesn't agree with me. They're more heavy-handed than me. Think about what I just said out loud. I've been talking about Mythic Plus levers for 8 years now, okay? Talking about this topic almost weekly for 8 years now. And I am less heavy-handed than how Blizzard is handling it. What does that tell you? That, to me, that tells me that they are very serious about this, right? Like, what else is it? They're too stupid to apply punishments to their own game. Like, what other arguments are there? They're very serious about this. That's the only way I see it. I left keys before, definitely a good bit in Shadowlands and Dragonflight. All it was is that I was not in control of my own emotions. Great. I'm glad to hear you realize that, man. That's so good to hear somebody realize that. You're a better person now. Do you understand? Like, you're a better fucking person now, and that's worth celebrating. You deserve to be celebrated for understanding that. Because a lot of people go their fucking whole lives without ever realizing that they could actually become a better person within their own brain. And they just sit there and suck at everything they fucking do and make everybody else around them miserable. Anyway, Stromy, what's up, man? Speaking of, welcome. Hi Metro, just joined your stream. I see you're talking about levers. Did something change in the Mythic Plus system? If you didn't see the video from last night, stop watching this and go watch that. My man is heated. I'm not even heated, bro. I'm having the best fucking 24 hours of my life. Like, this is the best fucking announcement Blizzard has ever announced. I've never been happier with something Blizzard has just said than that. And the fact that they said the words they said, especially. That they didn't just say, like, we're looking into it. You know what I mean? What level's the Pally? 35. Go watch the video. Yeah, straight up. We'll be here when you come back. I'm not going to recap something that I already made a video on. Well, you can just go read the post if you can't watch the video, no worries. Your Death Knight has some fantastic stamina to be doing all these laps. This is me. Whenever I talk, I always do this. Don't join Pugging if you're going to act all elite and queue, then leave because of one death about bloody time. You waste everyone's time and taking the fun out of it. Right, I mean, it's just very, whatever you want to say, like, however you want to do it, but, like, it's just super selfish behavior. And it's like, well, okay, sometimes being selfish can be not detrimental to you, right? Like, I can go be selfish in a variety of different ways. I can, like, try to climb the corporate ladder, you know what I mean? I could try to fuck people. Like, you see, there's, like, what's, like, Suits is about that, right? Like, there's documentaries, there's films, there's dramas about this constantly, where people are selfish to a successful point, okay? But for you to be like, oh, I want to be selfish, and everybody else is wrong because I have some fucking God-given right to be selfish, you have something seriously wrong with it. You have something wrong in your brain. This may be sociopathy. You know what I mean? Like, we throw that word around maybe too often, but it's like, that's not normal. You shouldn't be like doing this and thinking, no, it's my right to fuck over other people. And this is what a lot of these people are saying. It's crazy. I just really appreciate you being passionate. I think your outlook is awesome. I think we need more people that view failure as a means to get that big win. Yeah. And I don't think a lot of people are in my boat where I played sports my whole life. And you know, everybody in my family had this attitude, right? Where like success was earned. Winning was earned. You don't get it. You don't hop from team to team until you get it. You fight and you work better and you better your surroundings. You wake up every day and try to improve your surroundings. And I think a lot of people are just not being raised like that anymore, or they're not in situations where they have to do that. Because a lot of the behavior that you see, it's just like, it's totally antithetical to competitive, any type of success really at all, but really competitive success especially. And so all I ask is anybody who's in that boat and thinks they're doing something right, and this guy who was just in here before, go show me a professional sports team where actively, while they are struggling to succeed, they are throwing each other under the bus saying these things. Think about it, right? Like if LeBron James, just in the middle of the season, they're having a bad season, he's just like, well, this fucking guy can't guard shit. I try to block everybody, but I can't block everybody. These guys have 2 blocks, I got 6. You know what I mean? Like, that's what's happening in Mythic Plus. They're like, I'm the only one who matters. Everybody else is letting me down, and that's offensive to me. Whereas in reality, the team is failing. Like, you should be assessing it from a team level. Always. Always should be assessing it from a team level. You joined a team. You went out of your way to join a team. I don't know that a lot of people realize that. When I go to a group, I'm going to look for a group, right? I'm going to sign up to this group. Not this group, because these guys are idiots. I'm going to sign up to this group. When I click that I want to sign up, I'm saying I want to be on your team. That's what the process is. But then you join the team and you act like, well, this team is not what I wanted. So it's my God-given right to forget about the fact that I just said I wanted to be on the team. When in reality, like, you had all different options to potentially vet or create the team you might have wanted, and you just didn't do it. You just let somebody else do it. You didn't pay attention to it as it was forming. You got into the key, and now you're flabbergasted by the fact that things aren't going perfectly. This is your mistake. This is not the team's mistake. And if you want to succeed, you can work on bettering the team. But you don't want to do that because you're not actually there to succeed. You're there to get it as easy as possible because you're probably entitled and you were growing up with this entitlement your whole life, so you know nothing else. That's kind of where we're at in this game right now. And probably in a lot of places. Literally no one in LFR passes on loot. I've seen people at 6:30 needing on veteran gear. I don't know what that was referring to. But anyway, first thing I do when I enter a group is checking their gear and talents out. Yeah, like if you're worried about it, then you should be doing that. That's something that you should be doing. You should be looking for this and making sure that you're getting around it if you feel like you need to. Simple Riot with somebody. Harry's analogy to a football game and a player just walks off the pitch in the middle of the match was spot on. Yeah, Harry's like fucking low-key in on this too. He knows everything about this without even having all these years of experience, which really should tell you something. Like, I think a lot of people sit there and bash Harry because he's got such bad dyslexia and he speaks in such a weird way. So you think that that guy's not intelligent, you know, because he doesn't have his act together in a couple ways. But in reality, the dude's got more intellect than anybody that I know. Like, he really is very aware. He's got insane street smarts, by the way, which is hard to believe for somebody so haphazard, but he's got insane street smarts. If I was ever out and lost and scared, I would want him to be the one who leads me, as long as he's sober. And then on top of that, he's got insane instincts. Like, he's been pugging for like 3 months, and he already identifies all these issues without even having to look at them. So tell me how somebody like Harry, who has pretty much the deck stacked against him outwardly, like everybody who looks at him might think like he may not be the person you want to go to for serious advice on things. How is it possible that he's able to identify these things so quickly? Because they're fucking obvious to anybody who actually deals with anything remotely challenging in their real life, who has ever had to, you know, manage success versus failure in a real world setting that has dire physical consequences. Like, if you do something wrong, you may potentially be injured or maybe worse. You know what I mean? This is a video game, so that doesn't occur. So a lot of people think like, well, it doesn't matter. There's no consequences to it. I can just do whatever the fuck seems right in my brain at the time. But in reality, that's just experience from lack of experience. You're experiencing that because you don't believe there's any reason to care. And now Blizzard is telling you there's a reason to care. And look at the backlash, you know? Look at the conversations that are happening. People jumping through hoops trying to make up reasons why it's okay for them to continue doing this. I mean, let's see if there's any new comments from this guy. Probably not. But like, I'm very, very eager to see where some of these conversations go. And I cannot wait I'm actually very excited to make another video on this, because I think this is really going to be a hot topic for a long time to come. I wrestled in high school and partially in college, and I was taught you fight for every step gained and you should love your team and be helpful to others struggling. Yeah, so I went to a high school basketball game last night. Last time I was in that gym was 2007 for my senior year in high school, okay? I went to watch my high school's team play, and I watched them all applaud every success that they found. So when somebody made a three-pointer, everybody on the bench clapped. Somebody, you know, got a good defensive play, everybody cheered. The whole gym cheered. Everybody celebrated in their success. Not once did I see, like, there was some bad turnovers. Honestly, a lot of the kids in the high school right now are not very skilled basketball players compared to when I was there. But they all worked to, you know, potentially win that exhibition match that they had. And at no point did I ever view a single time on either team where they were dejected to the point where they were giving up on each other. And it's like, these are like potentially 16 to 18-year-old kids, right? If they can figure this out to the point where they all have to work together to succeed and they take their lumps when they don't, how is it possible that potentially like adults playing a video game can't figure it out? You know what I mean? Like, where is the disconnect here? I think a lot of it is the physical, you know, the fact that you actually are engaged physically. It makes your brain function better. Endorphins help in all ways, all the time. And then on top of that, I think there's that physical and social responsibility that you have to your team. If you fail, you know you let somebody down, and that the next day you show up to practice, you're going to remember that feeling, you know? Whereas in a Mythic Plus, people are able to just walk out. They're able to just say, I don't care about you. You're not holding up your end of the bargain that I believe you signed up to hold up. And now I will take that out on you, you know? And not one point did I ever experience that. And obviously I don't expect to ever again in any real world team or any real world setting. So if these 16-year-olds can figure it out, I don't know how people who are apparently taking themselves as serious, you know what I mean? If you're able to say like, I'm a top player in the world, I'm taking myself that serious. I mean, you got to understand that there's going to be some downs and some ups with that. You're going to have to come through some difficulties to find success. But somehow people just don't want to do that. I don't know why. My 7-year-old said, I can't believe you didn't save that, to his soccer goalie, and I made him understand how bad that was. He doesn't do that anymore, and I actually hear him encouraging his teammates. Yeah, it's just totally non-productive. Like, that's what I've been trying to say. Like, if you're going to have that attitude, you're going to fail more than you're going to succeed. It's a hard thing to learn, and I have a lot of trouble with that at times, you know what I mean? But I have learned to gradually understand that is not helping, and make it more of a priority. Make it more of a thing to think, all right, we all are working towards the same goal. Whether or not this guy is succeeding or not, it's in our best interest to help him succeed. And, you know, ultimately, this is a big reason why I stopped with the guild and everything. Because at one point, it felt like that was known and understood, that we could have 20 players and not all 20 of them could be the same skill for us to succeed. And we could still succeed, because the point is success. But then at, you know, the last few years of it, it wasn't like that. There would be 15 people who were all successful and then a couple that weren't, and that would constantly be brought up. Instead of bettering our team and trying to be, you know, more cohesive, everybody would just kind of talk shit about each other, you know what I mean? And it's like, this is not what team, like, I don't want this. Like, I'm not going to make a group out of this. Like, this is not interesting to me at this point. This is just basically a bad pug with the worst, like, the worst case, we can't go anywhere, you know what I mean? If everybody doesn't like the teammates, but you can't leave, like, what are you doing? You're just wasting your own time. And it's weird that it's gotten worse and worse year after year. What transmog do you use for my sword? It is not Armageddon. It is called Conquest. I think it's from the trading post or something. I don't know where I got it. The fact that there is even backlash to Blizzard banning people who leave keys midway is kind of crazy. Stopping and just thinking about it for a second really blows my mind. Yeah, like I said, there's only backlash from people who are doing it. That's it. There's only people who are doing it and people who are against it. There's nothing in between. There's no nuance here. That's what I was trying to help people understand. There's no nuance here. This isn't something that's happening that's like, oh, actually, yeah, that's kind of a good point. I can kind of see it. There's no nuance here. You're either sold out to be a part of the team and trying to be a better teammate and a better player in every key you do, or you're selfish and you don't give a shit about them. And that's it. Like, one way or the other, it breaks down from that starting point. And the people who are selfish and are doing that can still succeed, and you can still expect to succeed that way, but it's going to be harder now. You're going to have to play along some rules. There's going to be more of a rule set that you need to think about when you're trying to only be self-serving. And that's like not even, you know what I mean? Like, if you want to be self-serving, you should be smarter than you are. You should be trying to outthink these things, because it's going to be in your best interest. You're going to need to psychologically climb your way out of holes you dug for yourself. You're going to need to be able to outthink situations that are going to be created by yourself. If you want to be that way, you're creating a lot more work for yourself, but a lot of people are that way in real life too. And, you know, that's why they call them Machiavellian manipulators, you know what I mean? Because they're able to think outside the normal social construct and manipulate people into doing what they want. These people are like fucking like F-tier manipulators. They're not even smart enough to explain their own situation, you know what I mean? So we're going to have a lot of weird conversations over the next few weeks, because a lot of these people think they're smart and think that they're doing something that should be, you know, looked at as smart, but in reality they've just been lucky to not get punished up until this point. As a healer, the higher I got, the easier the key. Literally, I was already playing to the mechanics. After 8, I finally saw people popping defensives. True, yeah, another thing, usually the higher up you go, sometimes it can get easier. I thought doing the opposite of what the community wants was Blizzard's thing. Most people are liking this. Now, Blizzard's all about like answering the most, like silencing the most voices now. That's what I said. That's why I thought solo queue was coming, because I didn't think there would ever be a way that they would actually address this without solo queue. And that's why I said, like, they're asking questions that, you know, the only answer is solo queue, and they keep asking the questions. So Blizzard's in the business now of giving the people what they want. They say, you keep asking this question, I will give you the answer to it, you know? Even though I don't agree with that philosophy, that's how they're developing their game now. So if somehow like an overwhelming number of people say that the game should be in black and white, that thousands and thousands of people say the game should be in black and white, and they say that for years and years and years, Blizzard's eventually going to make the game black and white. Even though it would not be in their best financial interest to do that, they're going to do that to put out that fire that they believe the community is causing, so then they can potentially move on to the next thing. And the problem with this design structure is that you're basically always putting out fires then at that point. Now you're going to have a new group of people who preferred the game to be in color, because they played with it in color for a long time, you know? And so now they're going to be the ones argumentative, and they're going to start whipping up mobs to say, we need the game to be back in color. And then down the road, now Blizzard has gotten smart at this. They're actually good at this now. They actually anticipate it. You know what I mean? They actually think like, well, we know we're going to make a decision that's going to be controversial. We're going to make it and take the easy majority win. Everybody who's been asking for it is going to be happy. But we know that there's going to be a bad part to doing it, okay? So in their doing so, they actually plan to solve their failure before they start the success, which is smart, but it's fucked up, but it's also smart because they know that removing color from the game, making the game black and white, is going to upset some people. Then those people are going to upset and they're going to say, we hear you. We're going to make 2 options. You can play the game in color or in black and white. And then everybody's like, oh my God, the best company, right? This is what they do. They do this all the fucking time now. Whereas if they just made their game and told everybody shut up, we'd have a better product, but they wouldn't have this good like social credit that they have. You know, they wouldn't have this good feeling around these changes that they make. Like look at any actual change that gets made by Blizzard anymore. People are constantly commenting on the quality of it. Like, oh, win. They're calling it a win or a W or L, right? Nobody conversates on the idea that the change is happening. They only care about the quality of it. Is it a good or a bad change, right? So Blizzard is trying to create this treadmill of good changes. They're setting themselves up for a continual treadmill of decent changes. Not necessarily like, oh, the game is totally changed now and everybody loves it. The game is mildly changed. Some people won't like it, and we'll be able to tune that mild knob to make even more people like it afterwards. I swear that they do this all the time. Anyway, Nash Equilibrium, a situation in which a player will continue with their chosen strategy, having no incentive to deviate from it. Blizzard have now provided incentive. You mean with the levers? Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Kevin Nash. But yeah, either way, I totally agree. I think that's they've now created that incentive. Classic is fun, but I cleared heroic content on a foot pedal. Not even joking. I probably missed a lot of comments. Not those. Well, I missed too many comments. You can comment on some of this stuff. They want a single player experience, it seems, so they should just play a single player game, right? Yeah, they're kind of true, honestly. Do you think this change has anything to do with Microsoft purchasing Blizzard? No. That was a long time ago. John Nash, famous game theorist. Oh, really? Not Kevin Nash, famous WCW wrestler. Anyway, alright. Let's try to do some keys. How long have we been going for now? An hour and a half. We haven't entered a dungeon group. Alright. Yeah. Ran for an hour and a half. I knew it was going to have to happen, but didn't know it was going to go that long. Try to do some Mythic Plus here today. Hamburger 14, that'd be nice. Movie A Beautiful Mind was based on it. Oh, really? We had a Ford drunk and halfway through this brisket cook. You're drunk currently? Well, I hope you feel better. What's the logic behind people putting their main character rating in signups? They think it makes them more qualified. We were waiting for this rant, Metro. I wanted to just make a video on it, but I probably still will, because there's a lot more to conversate on specifically. Oh, what? It's almost as weird as the ones that whisper you. Drunk at 1 p.m. Damn, what's the occasion? Holiday coming up tomorrow, man. Thanksgiving. Don't forget, Thanksgiving tomorrow. I won't be here at all. Thursday, and I'm considering streaming Classic on the second channel on Friday. But we'll see at this point. I don't know any of that stuff happening right now. They just posted the December trading post. Oh, really? When's December? Sunday, right? Or is it Monday? It's Sunday. World of Warcraft head. Let's see. Twilight Sky Prowler. That's like the monthly mount, I think. Oh, those are good. Oh, shit. You will be cheerful or else. I like those. Damn, I like those Christmas themed ones. Those are pretty neat. That's all I got posted there. Hey man, been a couple days. Sander Rains, welcome back. What have you been up to? Okay, what key is this? Tier Guard Sound. So Siege of Belarus. Did they give us an auction house mount, or is that next month? No. I was saying if they were going to do it, it would have been after they remove it, obviously. Thanksgiving's a public holiday in the US, yeah. What's the name of the add-on that shows more details in your search? I guess it's the week or dungeon Rio and class or spec or something. I don't know exactly. Most of the people that come here to argue with you likely got all their talking points on Twitter. It's rough on that platform. Oh, really? Well, I don't know anything about that, but yeah, it doesn't really seem like a lot of these people have their head together. It's just weird how some like people come in and try to have these arguments and like they can't even like proofread their own statement. I don't know if I'm like that's bad of me to do that, but like that really, it's just like makes me not care. Like if you can't even fucking like type a sentence with proper grammar, I just like have a lot less respect for your opinion. I'm sorry. That may be like elitist or something of me, but it's just like it matters a lot to me. Do you speak any other languages than English? No. What's a good movie, Metro? You probably saw bits of it somewhere. Russell Crowe played John. Was a good movie. Oh yeah, I've never seen it. I rebound apostrophe to my password. I can't use grammar. Bear main and decided to roll blood for more of a challenge. Any tips on starting the pull or holding aggro and generating threat? I mean, if you're looking for a challenge, then no, I'm not going to give you tips. But yeah, TLDR, Blood Death Knight, I always have a CD up at the start of pulls, and the best way to hold aggro is just beating your group to the content that you're trying to hold aggro on. No. Hey Metro, I'm sure you can get asked this once a stream, but what's your favorite Thanksgiving food? I don't get asked that ever. My favorite food definitely just Thanksgiving meal entirely. Like, I like the whole thing. See.
5, 4, 3, 2.
I like combining everything. When I eat Thanksgiving, I combine all the things together and eat them as like a kind of like a KFC bowl type thing.
We'll secure the docks while you push further into the district.
There's not like one thing that I would like more than anything else. Why is your blood boil blue? Because my blood's heated. He stuffs the turkey into the dessert. Not the pie part, but all the actual dinner parts. Deviled eggs and green bean casserole. You have deviled eggs for Thanksgiving? I never had that. It's cold blood boil. Yeah, it's a 0 Kelvin blood boil. I like stuffing. Yeah, it's like everything's so good together, I feel like. But not like on its own, it's like I don't really like stuffing. I don't really like mashed potatoes that much. Like there's a lot of things that I like about Thanksgiving dinner, but really ultimately the thing that I like the most is that they're all combined into one. That's what I do. I put them all, oh shit. I put them all together. I'm doing barbecue this year for the holiday. Oh wow. Like barbecue turkey specifically, or you mean like something not even related? I'm not a big turkey guy, to be honest. Yeah, that's why I don't like turkey. I don't like mashed potatoes. I don't like green bean casserole. I don't like stuffing. I don't like cranberry sauce. I don't like any of the staples alone. Like if you're gonna ask me what I want to eat tonight, I'm not gonna tell you I want any of those things. But together, it's like unbeatable. Like they're the best combination of foods out there. You're doing brisket and sausage. Damn, I like sausage. Pizza it is, yep. I would eat a whole plate of stuffing alone, really. I don't necessarily like stuffing that much, to be honest. I don't dislike it or anything, but just not something that I think about very often. Brisket Thanksgiving is a good move, I bet. I don't know. I try to like brisket, but I just don't think I like it. I'd rather pulled pork. If we're gonna have barbecue, I'd rather pulled pork. It just seems like the perfect median. But I feel the same way about steak. I just don't like steak. I've tried to, and I just don't like it. As a person outside of America, I can't say traditional Thanksgiving foods sound very appetizing. I don't know. But probably a lot of it is just the culture of it, you know? You're banned from your own stream, no steak? Yeah, I tried really hard to like steak. I think the big problem that makes me not like it, though, is how expensive it is. Are the Deathbringer buffs up? Yeah. Sounds like UK Christmas dinners. Oh, really? Yeah, I've heard turkey is like a big thing in the United Kingdoms for some reason. Ribs, I think, is better than steak. Yeah. Yeah, I definitely like ribs a lot more than... Oh. Like, I like wings and ribs a lot, too. I prefer roast pork. Oh, really? As a Greek guy, the Thanksgiving sounds like a dinner at mine every night, just with no turkey, but the feast every night. Oh yeah. Thanksgiving is pretty expensive, so pulled pork is BIS. I prefer pulled pork. Yeah. If I'm gonna have barbecue, pulled pork is my go-to. Hey Rifle, what's up, brother? How's it been? Happy Thanksgiving. Turkey's too dry for me. Oh yeah, it could be pretty dry. I agree. I think I'm a brisket sort of man, but I do love pulled pork. Oh yeah. Yeah, I just don't like. I tried it a couple of times at barbecue restaurants around here, and it's just like I just like pulled pork better. Brisket is like got too much inherent flavoring to it, I think, so it's like not good with sauces on it as much. Pulled pork is just literally just cooked and you put sauce on it and it's amazing, you know what I mean? It's the perfect median for barbecue because there's so many good sauces out there. Do you notice a big difference between the healers you have? Any preferences? I have preferences, but I would not say there's a significant difference between those preferences. It's just a preference. But I definitely would say this priest is very bad right now in the pug world, especially. Whether or not it's bad at anything other than pugging, I'm not necessarily going to say one or the other, but in terms of pugging, I've had very repeatable issues with this priest that wouldn't exist if you had other healers. Is there good barbecue in PA? Occasionally. Not necessarily, like, great, but it's like, there's some places who are dedicated to it. Six priests, in my experience, are scared of using their kit. That's another issue I've had with them a lot. It seems very common that they just sit on their CDs for like an incredibly a lot. Like, it's really weird. When I grew up with Dix Priest, basically mob challenge modes were super broken and every single person played this priest. It was like they would constantly use barrier to help the tank survive. And it's like now I don't know that, like, almost never does the barrier get used to help the tank survive. It's really strange how things have changed like that. I don't even know where they're using barrier because I don't ever really see it. I honestly don't think they sell turkeys at Woolworths or Coles in Australia. Oh, really? Oh, you do that. Hey, my main is Disc Priest, so yeah. Well, tell me where you use your barrier, like, and do you use it on cooldown or how often are you sitting on it? Isn't the first choice pain suppression? Yeah, you'd use both, right? I'm assuming they're already using pain suppression, but maybe they're not even doing that, too. Every time I've said before a pull, I don't have any defensive CDs for this, please pain set me, and they don't do it, it's very frustrating. Yeah, to me it seems whenever I play with this priest, they're trying to use these things to keep DPS alive. Which is like, okay, I mean, I get why you might want to do that, but the DPS are not, like, reliably in danger to the point where they need that. The tank is. The Bridgeport Rib House near King of Prussia, PA was good. Oh, really? That's long. It's far away. There's a couple places up here. There's a place that I go to a lot. It's called Food and Fire. But I always make a joke and call it Fire and Blood because we can never remember the actual name of it in the early days of it being up here. House Targaryen's words. But it's probably the best barbecue per budget. Like it's very affordable and very, very good. There's also like Smoky Bones, which is just a chain. I quite like a lot of their stuff, but it's very expensive. And then there's just like individual places that I never really get to, but are really good. Do you know anything about the raid as Blood Death Night? I have no idea. I've not raided it in a long time. This expansion seems quite harder for healers. Oh yeah, definitely. Way harder, and that's a good thing. Is that the place up at Montage? Yeah, yep. Food and Fire, very good. Right up at Montage. You mean healers have to do something and not be carried? Yep. Have you lived in PA your whole life? Yes. I'm doing 12s and under, and the DPS should never need pain suppression. Right, yeah, I would assume. To use it only on them is going to be a task where you're sitting on it for a large portion of time. Healing in Season 3 and 4 of Dragonflight was way too easy, I agree. It needed some big changes and it got them. Well, really just the system changed altogether, and it kind of coincidentally made healing harder, but they also made the tank changes, even though I don't think they actually did anything. They did also do the tank changes that should make healing harder. You can get the 3K rating without knowing much about mechanics or how to play your spec. 3K in Season 3 was very different, but when I was playing, I was always doing something, mostly DPS. Yeah, that's the mark of a good healer. As a healer, it's very easy to just sit there and heal people over and over again, but all you're doing is making the key go slower. There's a lot of times you're just wasting your own mana and nobody actually needs healing.
Captain Lockwood, our forces have lost control of the docks.
It makes no difference. Me cannons will soon reduce the opposition to rubble.
That ship is laden with Azerite caches. Slaughter the crew, and I'll haul its cargo out of the city. Beware.
I remember them saying in a blue post about groups not taking a healer in keys for tank changes, and we still have groups happening without a healer anyway. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They didn't hit the mark on the tank changes, but they tried. Again, you know, just like the banning levers thing. It's like, at least they care. Hopefully it means something happens, but it may not.
Beware.
That's a problem I have on Druid. I prep for stupid and lose damage because of it. It's a bad habit. I gotta break to improve. Oh yeah. Don't plan for stupid. Question about barrier. Do you think it's feasible to go luminous barrier and pugs? I don't know anything about it. I would say it would be a good idea, but I've heard, like, numerically it's a very bad talent over the years. It would certainly make using the spell a lot easier, though, which I think is way better than just not using the spell for like 7 minutes at a time. Are hybrids a thing now? You mean in terms of cars or barbecue or WoW or what? Talked about a lot of things. Luminous is pretty awful, yeah. But I feel like unless you're, like, if it's, like, it would have to be so awful that it's making it, like, think of it this way, right? Like, if the barrier only hits one person and you use it every 3 minutes, then there's no way the talent could be awful enough to not justify taking the talent. You know what I mean? Unless all you care about is using it on that one person. Like if you only ever use it on the tank, then I guess that, you know, I'd be happy with that at the end of the day. But I think it means like bad numbers theoretically, but in practice, better numbers, because it means you can just use it whenever the hell you want without having to worry about where people are. Resto Druid felt amazing in season 3 and 4 of Dragonflight. Oh really? Not on my end.
All hands! Attack! Decimator rounds! Fire!
This guy's button bloat, for example. Halo is useless. Then we get the comment, you can spec out of Halo. Any targeted placed AoE heal has a major drawback when the game is designed for constant movement, while the irony being when they move out of stuff they can easily avoid your healing spells. Yep. Obviously that's why I was saying Luminous Barrier may be a good talent.
Run away, little girl.
Just got a 30-minute deserter timer for being kicked from a dungeon because the tank didn't have aggro on the boss and killed me as a healer. Yeah, I would advocate for them to just remove that. I don't think there's any point to having that in any of the content that has it. The dungeons are so easy, it just seems to be far more likely to be abuse than success. I used to tell people to stand in my efflorescence in Dragonflight, yeah. They gutted Holy Pally, which I'm not a fan of, and then they came for Resto Druid, both of my favorite healers in Dragonflight. Oh yeah. That sucks.
And we may have a chance of driving them from Barabbas. I'll rally the militia and secure the castle. Good hunting. Heroes, Ashvane's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them,
Beware.
and we may have a chance of driving them from Barabbas. I'll rally the militia and secure the castle. Good hunting.
Beware.
That was a close call. Yeah, that was closer than it should have been.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
If I pull threat aggressively, I ping the mob. I have threat on. That's not a bad idea.
Beware.
I was shocked to learn that pings aren't in Classic, or am I wrong? Maybe they are and you have to turn them on or something, but it seemed like something that they would have ported over to Classic too. It's even worse when they stand on literal edge outside of efflorescence constantly when you're playing Wild Stalker. Oh yeah. As I said, like, mechanics like that are hard to use well.
Beware. Beware.
I wish pings were in Classic. Are they definitely not? Because it did seem like it would be a cool feature.
Beware. Beware.
Perhaps it's looked at as too modern for Classic. Yeah, being able to like points is really, really good. And I think in Classic you still can't put world markers down unless you're in a group, right? Wait, is there even world? Maybe there's not even world markers. There probably isn't world markers in Classic. It doesn't get added till WoD, so I bet it's just not even there.
Beware.
Pinging was in Warcraft 3. I seen an issue adding it to Classic. To be fair, it still exists in the same way Warcraft 3 existed. Just ping the map. There's markers. No ping though. Gotcha. Wait, is there? No world markers at all? Yeah, I didn't think so because that's not get added to WAD, so. No pings, but they also want updated models, etc. Like they can't stay consistent. Yeah. Has anybody pushed, like, has there been a conversation about pushing back against these things? I haven't heard that. I just assume they're just not being considered. Yeah, there's markers above people's heads. That was added in, like, the second patch of Classic. I remember when that got added back when I was a kid.
You're not welcome here.
You always have insane people who want authentic experience and refuse to accept any quality of life improvements. Well, and there's a lot of it makes sense. Like, it's not insane. I definitely wouldn't say that. There's quality of life that should and shouldn't go to Classic because people were worried about kind of that slippery slope. You heard that a lot, and it made sense. It makes sense because if you start by saying, like, well, this change isn't that big of a deal, we'll make that change. Okay, well then this change also isn't that big of a deal, you should make this change too, right? And then it just continues on for years until you just have a totally different game than what people wanted. But this was operating under the idea that Blizzard was going to be very unaware of how best to make Classic. This conversation started because nobody trusted Blizzard to make Classic because they didn't want to make it for so long. But now that we have seen them demonstrate, a good understanding of what Classic is and isn't, there's no reason to fear these changes. If they're a good change, they should be made. There's absolutely no reason to say that, like, there's no slippery slope anymore. Blizzard has already indicated that if they're going to make crazy changes, it's going to be on Season of Discovery. You know what I mean? Like, that, there's never going to be, there's always going to be Classic era content. You know what I mean? So it's not something that anybody should be worried about. They can do it. They can make the changes and then not impact the game long term. The group finder isn't like Mythic +1. It's super janky. It's not like people queue. You put yourself up. Yeah, I've been using it a little bit. I don't love it, but it's definitely better than nothing. So we'll take it. It's just like a classic version of, like, it's like a very classic-esque version, and it's actually perfect for that. But it was never going to be an authentic experience. I tried to tell people that from the start. Yeah, like, a lot of these people didn't want Classic. They wanted to be noobs again. They wanted to experience World of Warcraft as a child again, and that's just not possible. Like, they're not, Blizzard's not doing that, you know what I mean? That's not what they're doing with it. The authentic experience is using an old computer and takes 40 minutes to load. The only way it would be authentic for me is if I was somehow 9 years old again, and that's, from what I can tell, knowledge and technology that nobody has right now. It's maybe possible, but I don't think that's technology that anybody has right now. They wanted that feeling of coming back home from school and grinding WoW, but that feeling is gone, right? Because they changed, not the game. Huh. That's fine. Yeah, maybe this just isn't worth doing.
Nothing survives the deep.
It was mostly the exploration for me, but today it's just Google it. Yeah, for real. I'm glad to see some modern improvements being added, though. I love sod. Oh, yeah. See how quick people give up? Why does the shoot do so much damage? Great question. Why are they crying chat instead of trying? That's what I'm saying. That's the general population of Mythic Plus Pugging right now. Like, this guy would rather... Did you see this? Like, what a way to brick. He's like blaming me instead of just saying like, oh, that didn't work out. We can still succeed. He'd rather give up than actually succeed at that point. That's the game that we're playing right now. People are doing serious content, and instead of trying to be serious for the entirety of content, as soon as there's a setback, they start blaming each other. They're crying because the key was easily timeable and then it gets bricked by a silly pull. Well, first of all, it's not a silly pull. We've already pulled it off a few times. But second of all, the key wasn't bricked at that point. We could have still succeeded if everybody just gave it their best. But then we come back and shitty attitudes, more deaths, blah, blah, blah. So they're crying because they suck at the game. That's the end of the story. It was definitely an unnecessary risk, I agree. But it's a time dungeon, so we're practicing to take those risks to get better in hierarchies. Is there a raider hook completely random? I don't know if there's something that you can do to mitigate that crazy overlap there. It might have been more pertinent to try to get the boss and not pull the trash and then wait and then pull it or something. I don't know. The timing of that mob... Yeah, I mean, that's like incredibly bad luck, right? I think. I mean, unless I'm missing something that seems like incredibly bad luck. Had a key last night. Host ended up begging for repair gold and left while everyone else was super helpful and tried to complete it. Oh, yeah. I don't know why they blame their team and you failed as a team. Just sad mentality. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, to give up like that is just not competitive. Like, it's one thing to die and it sucks, but the reality is we could have easily succeeded there still. The shoot and hook is a bad overlap. Most groups avoid that pack. Yeah, not me. I mean, the pack itself is not hard, obviously. It's just bad timing because he pulled everybody into the AoE on the ground. Does the crying make you miss the dental office? No. Why would that make me miss it? I miss it for different reasons. The amount of people who will play like solo players while needing the team. Umbral Weave. Screw the healer. Get angry then die. The Pug community despises personal accountability. They refuse to believe that they have made a mistake and just shift the blame. It's sad and annoying. Yep. Right, it's not even like, I mean, it's literally just defeatist. Like, people just give up so quickly. They have really very low control over their emotions. I keep putting week 1 or week 10. The bystander effect is in full action during Pugs, assuming someone else will kill the mob, right? So we had survival, balance, and frost. What's the disband to complete ratio? It's all there if you want to take a look at it. Could have been a perfect time to practice the pull. That's pretty much what I was doing. And we don't need the key, so we're in there getting some practice. Had a group with Elitism Helper calling out every bit of damage taken. The guy had 0 kicks and was calling out people taking damage to twist thoughts. Yeah, that add-on is just, that's not recommendable. I feel like it's a waste of time. Arsonist the Frost Mage. Let's see. Without context, it's so damn toxic. It's just pointless to do it. It doesn't help anybody. Like, nobody gets anything from that information. I might be a masochist, but I always preferred playing in Pugs. Yeah, me too, honestly. People give up too easy, but had the opposite last night Pugging. Group had a tough Grim Patrol, but only missed timing by 2 minutes. But the group stayed together, and we ended up double upgrading a Dawnbreaker 10 and a Siege. That's awesome. That's awesome, man. If more people were in that boat, this whole game would be different. Only time I've seen accountability being held is mechanics like dodgeball, where it's literally no one else but yourself. Yeah, that helps. You just made the list? Yep. All right. Couple 14s. Maybe we finally get invited to one. I am the beacon of positivity I wish others to be, and I get bullied for it, really. Why do you prefer Pugging over static group? More fun, more unique, more interesting moments occur. That's a big part of it. See, here you go, look. This guy replied from before. Why would I waste my time on a Mythic Plus boss for hours? That's literally the entire point of my comment. Exactly. So you have no proof that this happens. With an I, not E. Static groups you have to schedule around, right? Yep. What else? For your list, it was Abravanu who left first. Right, yeah, the key we just call an argumentative disband. That's basically like everybody agrees to stop kind of thing, and that's the reason. But then the context of it was the mage giving up. If he didn't give up there, we would have probably still had a shot at it. Or it wouldn't have been a disband at least. That's the way I do it. People argue in extremes so hard. I've never seen a Mythic Plus take hours. You're never going to, no, because everybody just agrees to stop. That's what I'm trying to get these people to understand. Like, this doesn't happen, and it doesn't happen for a reason. So you saying it might happen is stupid. You're lying, and stop fucking lying. Stop lying to make yourself sound like you're more right than you are. Did you see the post from Blizzard about levers and Mythic Plus? No, why? What happened? This is how we used to get into higher keys. We used to just do lower keys until somebody finally wanted to do another key together, but that like almost never happens. Do you rate it all or just do Mythic Plus? No rating here, yeah. I did Mythic Plus 2 days ago and had 48 deaths on the key, and we still finished the key. You probably still timed it. Show my original comment and your reply. I did. We looked at it when it happened on the stream before. You literally said you shouldn't leave unless the art leader agrees. My point was you expect someone to stay for hours spending tens of thousands of gold, and you're a fucking retard for even bringing that up. But we'll just ignore that retardedness right now. And we'll go back to your original point, which I hope was your original point based on the way you've argued it. Your point is that you believe there would be an hour-long key, right? I'm telling you, it doesn't happen. Ever. At any fucking point in this video game. So you need to prove to me that it does. Your argument in return is that of course it doesn't happen because I'm not going to stay. That's my point. You understand? My point is that nobody does it because everybody agrees to stop when it would happen. Do you understand? You're saying exactly what you think you're not saying. It's really fucking crazy how stupid some of you guys are. Prove to me that any of that shit happens first for it to be an issue. Otherwise, there's no conversation to be had here. I like how the argument against the ban is always the most extreme example. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not even real. Examples that don't even exist. These things don't fucking exist. It's really, really, really strange. Like, and the guy even brings up gold. Like, what are you even talking about? Like, if that is even remotely on the brains of anybody having this conversation. My point is, if you expect people to stay because of a leader, that's going to happen. I expect people to have respect for each other. But I don't expect people to stay when it can't, like, when it doesn't look like it's going to be successful. Because nobody fucking does that. Like, it's obvious, right? Like, why are we even talking about this? I'm asking people to have respect for each other. So if somebody is, like, in a situation where they would like to continue to try, you should respect them. But nobody's going to do that. Nobody's going to ask other people to do that. That doesn't happen. Nobody's going to be like, well, sorry, guys, I'd really like to keep trying after we wiped to the same boss 10 times. That's not going to happen. So you need to prove that to me that that happens first before you can say that it's not fair of me to say that. Me and my guild are still progging on the first boss of Grim Batol. Probably going to be a few more hours this week. Oh yeah, let me know how it goes, man. Anything over a 10, I think people are free to leave if it's not timing. No, that's not how it works. You should always respect the key holder, right? Because he's the only one losing anything. So if he wants to stay, then you should have a reason that you should have some incentive to stay with him, because he could have invited anybody, right? He had the choice to pick you, so he gave you some respect. You should give that respect back to him. Now, if after a long time people aren't making any progress or something's not going well, then I don't think anybody really wants to stay in that key. So at the end of the day, everybody's going to leave regardless. What about the respect for the people's time that don't have time to sit through the BS? You would just not pug if you don't have time for that. How is the solution banning people for leaving and not removing the deplete mechanic? That's not on the table. That's not even, those things are not even remotely similar. Bringing that up is just you being selfish right now. That's not what we're talking about. It's either remove the disband or remove the levers, or don't remove the levers. There's not like some ulterior thing that Blizzard's considering. You say you respect the key holder, but intentionally brick the key that you didn't need because you wanted to practice a pull you didn't discuss with your group beforehand. I did not intentionally brick the key, no. I've already succeeded in that pull multiple times, so that was not intentionally bricking the key. See, this is why you fucking people are insufferable. You're fucking lying. You're fucking lying. You say bullshit to make yourself sound smart, and you're fucking lying. Why can't you just fucking talk about what just actually happened? We could be having a good conversation right now about this thing, but you just fucking lied. So I fucking hate you. Like, I have no respect for you whatsoever now after you do that. Do you understand that? Why would you do that? Do you want to have a conversation about this, or do you want to look like a fucking idiot in front of all these people? How hard is it to just conversate on the thing that actually occurred instead of lying about what actually happened? I intentionally bricked the key. Like, why would you even say that? That doesn't even make sense. You think I'm like, oh, watch this, guys. I'm going to go fucking wipe these idiots on purpose. You literally said you were practicing the poke. I know. I did not expect it to fail. Did you expect it to fail? Because I didn't. I've done it before, and we've succeeded with it. The perception that anytime a group fails as an intentional brick is insanely ignorant. It's just fucking stupid. Like, honestly, like, it really is ignorant. To say that out loud, like, if I intentionally tried to ruin that guy's key, is just asinine. And it's just, you have no respect for you after you say that. I won't say you intentionally did it, but it was 1,000% your fault. You need to time the ads so you don't get that overlap. I didn't know that because a lot of people don't allow me to practice things in the game. Welcome to the conversation. Show us you doing that pull on a 13 and it works. I don't think I've done it on a 13 yet, but I've done it on 12s. You can go check the spreadsheet. Don't practice in other people's keys, IMO. I don't have the key, so how am I going to practice? Everybody's practicing every key they do. Do you disagree with that? Do you feel like you ever get better at the video game when you play, or do you just do like everything perfectly the first time you do it? I've had that happen on Dark Fathom and now left the AoE and frontal go off before I grab the pack. Sure, yeah. I didn't identify that it was going to overlap like that because I had not seen it before. Unless you're farming vault keys you out-leveled, they're all for practice, yep. Everybody is practicing every key they do. Every key has a chance to learn and practice, yes, but doing non-standard pulls in a pug key that isn't yours, that has a high chance of failing without communication, isn't where you do it. Yes, it is. And that does not, in my experience, have a high chance of not succeeding, or whatever you said. In my experience, it's worked out. It's not even a non-standard pull. It doesn't, non-standard is not a thing. That's not, you don't get to decide what's standard. Just because other people don't do it doesn't mean it's not possible to do. So your statement about that pull working because you've done it before is false. You said so yourself that each key level is different. Agreed, but that is not false, no. I've done it before and it would work, and I see no reason why. Can you explain to me why people getting pulled into an AoE by a trash mechanic would work on a 12 and not on a 13? That's not what we wiped to. So yet a fucking again, you fucking idiots are lying about what we're talking about. You're trying to lie to sound right about this instead of just conversating about what's actually happened, right? You can't actually make a point on something that actually occurred. You have to make a point up to make yourself sound smart. The way you said, I don't need the key in the same sentence as I'm practicing is what's throwing people off. I'm doing them. I'm doing what they are doing. They're the ones who do this, right? Where they just go and treat keys callously. Why can't I do it? Why am I not allowed to do that? You guys just leave keys. I could just say, oh, those fucking idiots didn't use the defensives like I expected them to, so they suck. I'm going to leave the key now, right? Why? You're allowed to do that. Why am I not? Can you explain that to me? He's back to the previous conversation that he says, I think the banning of people for not wasting their time is insane. That's not what they're being banned for, first of all. They're actually wasting other people's time, so that's not happening, first of all. Again, lying. But either way, he said this will push people from pugging and make it more toxic. It will push people from pugging. The people who are leaving keys, that's what we want. We do not want people who are leaving keys regularly still pugging. This is the best case scenario for everybody. If you're somebody who likes leaving keys and you're feeling like you should be pushed for pugging, fucking great. Get the fuck out. We don't want you here. We don't want people who are like that here. We don't want people who are arguing about shit like this, when in reality, you should all just be playing together. If all of you people who are arguing about this stuff just formed groups together, you would have a totally different perspective on this topic. Because you would never have to deal with the concept of other people wasting your own time. Or, more realistically, you would realize that your viewpoint is purely around your own self-image of yourself in the game, and that nobody, even other people who also think like you, will ever be able to live up to it. So you'll just never be able to progress there either. In the pugging world, you're able to throw other people under the bus because there's no repercussions for it. But if all of you guys were playing together, you would have no choice. You would have to work together as a team, and you're like allergic to doing that, so it doesn't really work. What are you guys even on about? Metro unintentionally made a mistake and didn't leave the key. And I would not even say that the mistake was purely on me. Like, it was really just a bad luck situation, which I have not yet seen with that poll. So, I just didn't know about that. Because I never get to practice keys. If that was my key, I would have reported you for that poll. That's not a reportable offense. So, you're an idiot. Does this guy really believe they're going to ban people for leaving in niche cases instead of, like they said, constant disruption and quitting? I really don't know that these people even read the post. Like, I think they're just reacting to something that somebody else told them. Because, like, if you just read the post, you'll know that, like, none of these situations occur. None of these things are real. All these things that are getting argued about, like, don't even exist. What occurred is you tried to do a poll, you haven't succeeded in that key level and failed. Why are we talking about that? Can you explain to me why we're talking about something I just did in that key? What does that have to do with leaving keys? Can we get back to the original topic? Instead of just trying to make it sound like, oh, this guy made a mistake, he must be wrong about everything he says. I love seeing you fired up, bro. Get these snarky, cocky, selfish little shits out of here. I fucking love this shit. I would do this all day, every day. If I can just do this all day, every day, I would do this. It was literally a throw. Okay. Do you think anybody else ever made a mistake in a key? Imagine how many tanks we would have if you got reported for trying new pulls. I've never seen this side of you. I like it. Yeah, this is me normal. This is who I am normally. Metro, I'm starting to believe these are the actors you paid to create stream content. Mistake and was still easily timeable. Right, yep. And make that very clear. The only reason the key wasn't timeable is because of the way people acted after the mistake. I have no idea why we're even talking about that. What was the original comment from this guy? Of course, I can easily see that because he's left 3 fucking comments on this channel. He said, you say you respect the key holder, but intentionally bricked a key that you don't need because you wanted to practice. Yes, I do respect the key holder, yes. Had nothing to do with the key holder when I made that decision. Nor does it have anything to do with what we're talking about. Chicks, sorry man, we're not talking about Pokemon right now. I picked Bulbasaur and Chikorita as my blue and crystal starters. Am I wrong? Whichever ones you like the most. Feels like what you're doing is intentionally gatekeeping 13 keys from people that need them and fail on purpose in those keys. No. Metro, would you acknowledge that if you plan a non-conventional pull that's giving a quick heads up might avoid brickable moments? It could, but not in that situation. That situation was just bad luck, really, right? I tuned in late, but if you homies have issue with tanks, just go re-roll to a tank and do your own routes. That's true. Good idea. The suspension's going to come in real hard for him. Yep. Did we miss any other comments? The entire argument is that people want flawless perfection in their progression so that they can have their mindless farm simulator, which is just boring existence. Sure. Is streaming your job? Yes. Do you have any tips for getting over tank anxiety? Not directly, but me and my friend did a full series on it. I try to help him get over his, so maybe if you watch that, you might learn like from his time, you know. I still think sharing the route is the polite thing to do. I disagree, but again, not what we're talking about. Can you link it? The series? No, but I can try to show you real quick and then link it, I guess. Yeah. All right, dude, I'm gonna start either banning you or timing you out if you're gonna continue to talk about nonsense that's not related to the original topic. We'll start with 1 minute. If you want to talk about the original topic, you're welcome to. Okay, where is this playlist? Let's get it for you fellas. This is a really good watch though, I feel like. I think it should still be, yeah, here it is. It's still on the channel's like pin thing. If anybody wants to watch that. I think a lot of it might be outdated, but in terms of, you know, the concept of it, it's probably still helpful. The stream has been a blast. Loving it. Keep up the crusade. Thanks, man. Yeah. Have you seen anyone that has been banned for leaving yet? No. I've been waiting, but my observation is that you consistently do routes and tactics that do not give the group the highest percent to succeed. What does that have to do with leaving keys? You guys want to talk about leaving keys, or you want to just pretend like me doing something wrong in a dungeon means my argument isn't valid? Because if you're just going to say that, we can just ban everybody and move on. Up to you guys if you want to have an actual conversation or not. I think one problem with pugs is that most DPS and healers are way too comfortable with safe pulls, and then when you start doing normal or semi-risky pulls, they struggle. I think in general, a lot of people are unable to think on their feet. Can the conversation not shift? No, not on this topic. If we're going to talk about this, we can talk about it. Otherwise, we'll go back to pugging keys. It makes leaving keys more prevalent because people become discouraged as deaths happened. That's not what we're talking about today. We're not talking about whether or not there's a higher chance to succeed or fail because of a route. We're talking about whether or not people who are leaving should be banned. You sound mad. You might want to take a break. Thanks for the tip. You sound dumb. You might want to take a break. People can't adapt on the fly. If things don't go exactly as planned, they panic and fall apart. Chicks, how did we get here? I just got here 5 minutes ago. I've just been talking about the shit from last night, basically. Hopefully someone gives you some info on the ban emails. Yeah, hopefully we can get some actual proof of it. It doesn't need to be given to me. I just hope somebody will publish it if it does happen, but I only spoke to one person who said they know somebody who's happened. But it's not really, I don't necessarily believe it, honestly. So without the email, I don't believe it. That's a super reasonable thing to say. Just talk about it, folks. Blanketing a mistake and saying everything is wrong he does thereafter is far from reasonable. There's no terms of agreement that you'll do everything one way. The game is random. If you don't like it, you can play with the guild. Yeah, that's another thing about the game is that like there's not, and this guy's still saying this bullshit, doing non-standard pulls raises the chance of errors. Again, not talking about this. Don't know how we keep talking about this. This is not what we're talking about right now. But regardless, it doesn't matter if you believe it's non-standard. It's standard for me, and I've done it before and I've succeeded with doing it. So this is not on the table for conversation. You're not going to tell me that me doing something wrong causes people to leave keys. I don't care. That's not related to this conversation. These two things are not related. I swear some of these comments are straight up AI generated. They're just stuck in this bullshit where they think like you can just keep trying to invalidate the person who's talking to you, and that will make your argument stronger. Because this is like some fucking 8th grade level way of arguing with people. And that's all they know, because all they do is talk to people on the internet. People used to do this like when you'd have like debate class in high school. This is how everybody would approach it. Oh, that guy said something that was hypocritical. Now he loses. That's not how it works here. AI would be more advanced than that. There probably will be AI chatters, right? Should have used that 2016 titles route. That's still funny. That dude said he stopped tanking too. I don't know. He leaves a comment here and there. Okay, so I guess none of you guys want to actually talk about anything. Cool. Alright, get some keys done. Staying on topic, I've seen not 1 of 4 of all keys ran. We try, but you shut us down every time. Oh, this is gonna really shut you down. Watch this. This is gonna really make it hard. Unholy, and it's insanely fun now with High Haste and Rider the Apocalypse hero talent. Why are we talking? Okay, you guys are probably talking about something else I missed. It's like the equivalent of when someone knows they're wrong and they start yelling noises so you're not heard. In this case, they just keep hearing the same thing without digesting what they heard. Yeah. Oh, Glockwork. Is that a viewer? I recognize that name. Siege of Browsicum. There's no such thing as like, it doesn't really matter. If somebody expects something and they don't get it and they fail, that's not the person who chose to do its fault. That's the inability to think on their feet that we're talking about. This is the pug world. You should not be making assumptions like that. You should be able to think on your feet in the pug world, because things will be different. Can you show me your route for caught? No. Deciding where to go is a tank's privilege. You want to decide, then you'll have to earn it and play a tank. Yep. Havoc player here. We are doomed. No one picks us for keys. No one pugs in our keys, and our class is dog water. Is it? I've seen some good Havocs, to be honest. I don't think we've seen one frequently, though. Let's see what the stats look like for Havoc. 12 and higher. Oh, we have seen 18 Havocs and 12s or higher, so that's pretty good. Are you saying there are no standard pulls? Correct. There's only things that you've seen multiple times. That does not make them standard. Nor does it mean that deviating from them is a problem. I mean, what do you need to make allowances for the fact that you're playing with 4 other people with no comms or coordinations? Exactly. You need to be able to think on your feet. You need to be able to react to what's happening, otherwise you'll have a lot of failure. A lot of arguments like what we just had in that key. Even the MDI teams use slightly different pulls. Oh yeah. I don't watch the MDI, but that would be a good counterpoint if 2 people competing at the highest level are using different strategies. Actually, very, very, very intelligent counterpoint from Lord Cartman. He says if there were standard things, basically is what he's saying, no DPS would ever have to ask for the route, which is another topic discussed here. Great point. If you go on Keystone Guru, you'll see like 20 routes for every dungeon. Yep.
5,
Some people don't know that those shoot in a frontal because some skip that. Yeah, I still don't fully understand that. People have told me that if I get up there first, then they'll only shoot at me. Is that how it works? How are the keys today since the implementation of banning chronic weavers? No change yet. And honestly, I wouldn't really expect the change. But like I said, it's as long as Blizzard cares, that's all I need. As long as we know that they're listening, I'm satisfied. I haven't gotten over 10s yet, but have yet to be asked for a route. Do people actually ask in high keys? Yeah. It's like 1 in every 5 keys somebody asks, I would say. As a tank, you can't put the weight on everyone else and blame them for not thinking on their feet. I absolutely can, yeah. Because I won't be able to get in their head and know what they expect beforehand. It's Glockwork. Yeah, who's that? I recognize that name. Blizzard declaring that made me want to play WoW again. Oh yeah. Well, good, man. I'm excited that you're excited. I think he's actually from the chat. Yeah, I thought so. It's somebody from the chat, isn't it? Sounds really familiar. I just followed the tank in keys. Common sense. Good choice. Xiaomi's got their dongers shortened due to nerfs, right? Enhance. I know they got nerfed. I don't know. Common sense, sadly, not all that common. Nope. He's pumping. Yeah. I'm pretty sure it's a viewer. The hand nerf is pretty big. Oh yeah. They took a 6% nerf as enhanced, really. That doesn't sound that big then. But is it just 6% maybe single target or something? The nerf wasn't that bad. We were already way too high, yeah. You were the first content creator to mention the bans yesterday. Now my subs are flooded with Blizzard response. So far, it's good feedback to Blizzard. Sweet. Yeah, definitely happy with their choices there. 6% overall. So if they're doing a million, it'd be what, 60,000 damage? It's not really that big of a deal. It just puts them back in line with other DPS, yeah. I can't believe the shaman just said that to you. What was all that? Yeah. Good route, yeah. Definitely why you died as a priest healer. Must have been the route. DPS need to learn to not pull before the tank. Siege of Belarus, yep. I've kept up with people who are 5 to 6 item levels higher than me. That shouldn't be. Oh yeah. Playing Death Knight tank would stress me out. That was like as stressful as it was gonna get right there too. That pull's always tough. It's the previous pack. There's pretty much like 4 pulls around here that are really hard. Metro built to be a tank because it'd drive me nuts personally if I'm getting nagged at every key. I've grown to enjoy it. It used to bother the fuck out of me, but I've grown to enjoy it. Healer says good route as if there's another in the dungeon. It's basically linear. Yeah, I don't. Like I said, like people are literally just like, they can't ever possibly do anything right themselves. It has to be on the back of the tank.
Beware.
I've had so many Blood Death Knight tanks that never healed themselves. Really? If you ever run into something like that, please make sure you record it and send it in. I would love to review a queue like that. Don't see it very often. The meta route here is to invest the stuff right before the boss, so yeah.
Beware.
When did you change the camera setup? You mean the AI stuff to remove the background? That was last Sunday, I think it was. Or last Monday. Not the Monday it just passed, but the previous Monday. I did it because me and Harry did that fucking 3-hour video basically, and then I realized that my mic was fucked up the whole time, and I got really pissed off with RTX voice and got rid of it. And then I found out about RTX broadcast, which is just like a better thing, and I think it's working. I don't know if I've had any issues, but maybe I haven't. I just haven't noticed. I saw a DPS streamer who chained 2 mobs into the pull because he had CDs, died, and blamed the tank for not taunting.
Beware.
You know where that bot is. Send that to me. I'll have to look at that. I got yelled at in BFA one time for playing Resto Druid. Blood Death Knight was mad. He did more healing than me. That's always weird when people say that, like if they've never... It's like the first time they're experiencing it, I guess.
Heroes, my scouts report heavy fighting near the palace.
Please, ensure Lady Proudmore's safety. I'll remove the rest of this filth from the ducks.
Another death. Is the rat's really killing this guy? Wish me luck. I'm trying a few Mythic Plus of Sandland. Sweet, let me know how it goes. Had a group dog on the healer for the Blood Death Knight out healing him. It's always baffling. I guess a lot of people just never see blood, you know. Did he just eat a frontal? That time I'm not sure what killed him there, I don't know. Also, is this our first 14? I actually think it might be. I just realized that. I don't know how many 14s we've actually been invited to, but... The Shredders jump to range and deal an AoE attack. Oh, yeah. So what's there supposed to be done about that? I'm a casual player, and if I want to play and not wait 1 hour to get into groups is better than DPS. Yeah, no doubt. I used to talk about the tank thing. I've gotten one shot in that pack as a healer before with the double Shredder jumping on me. Yeah, I guess that's what it was then. Metro, what do you think is the best healer for Mythic Plus? Blood Death Knight. 3 years, going into the 3rd year, being part of One Azrael TV content. Amanda, it's been a great ride. I'm glad to have you here. 26 months is pretty nuts. I appreciate all that. You've been very generous over the years, too. Glad to have you here.
You're a brave one, aren't you?
Happy to be here. Sweet. Good to hear that. A true loyal soldier to the Blood Death Knight, the Blood King, I mean. Is there a generally accepted straightforward healer class to learn on? Right now, maybe Resto Shaman. What was that? That was weird. The circle was like freaking out based on where I was standing.
Captain Lockwood, our forces have lost control of the docks.
It makes no difference. The cannons will soon reduce the opposition to rubble.
Beware.
Well done, World Boss is up this week. Still need that mount. Oh yeah, yeah, that's cool, right?
Beware.
It's only up every couple months or something like that. Is that how it works?
Beware.
At most once every 8 weeks. Gotcha. Oh, it's just like pretty much random, I guess, then. Do you think Sun is better or Deathbringer? For me, I like Deathbringer.
Beware.
No survivor!
Beware.
Yeah, somebody said the other day that if you face the back, spotter will always run away. But that didn't seem to be the case there.
It's a ribbon!
Oh shit, dude, I just noticed you got the green screen. Yeah, not a actual green screen. It's an AI program that removes the background of the camera. It's really cool. I never got that spotter trick to work. It always seems random. Yeah, I don't think it's a trick. I think it's just people think it's something and it's not. That doesn't really make any sense. If that was the way runners worked in the game, it would be a totally different game. Working good. Yeah, it's great. And it also like follows me. Oh, maybe not in that direction. See how it's following me? It's really cool. I really like that. It's probably one of the best things I've used like recently in terms of streaming stuff. Won't we see your background Christmas? Yeah, we won't get to see him this year, yeah. I might turn them back on, but I don't even have room for them this year, so it doesn't really... Like, it's not going to be something that you're going to be able to see anyway, unfortunately. I could turn the lights on that are still hanging up, but I won't be able to have, like, the trees and stuff in the background. Won't see your billiard balls anymore? Golf balls, yeah. Carve you two ribbons. You could wear a Santa hat. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. We'll see how comfortable it is. I actually have one that I always used to wear, but it kind of stopped being comfortable once I grew my hair out. Gonna miss those decorations. Yeah, me too, to be honest. I don't know. Maybe I'll try to move all the stuff, but it's just a lot of stuff to move there, all the cards. I picked up a rogue ally, hoping to turn it to my WoW Classic machine. Is that a handheld device? It's probably good in Classic. I don't know how it works though. Like if you log on your computer, are the keybinds different then between the two devices? Boss is taking forever. 3 minutes. Not that bad. Just a little sloppy because that one death there, I guess.
Run away, little girl.
Sail to
Can I see your build now? I'd be on WoW Radar AO. That'd be the best way for you to see it.
Attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Boralis.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle.
Good hunting.
Beware.
Heroes, Ashvane's forces are attempting to break through our southern wall. Stop them, and we may have a chance at driving them from Boralis.
I'll rally the militia and secure the castle.
Good hunting.
I just bought a $600 laptop for WoW. Oh yeah. It's a slightly better Steam Deck with Windows 11, so yeah, I can do mods and button binds. That's cool. But I mean, like the gamepad, is that counted as a controller by WoW? Because I know when you plug a controller and try to use it, it like changes the interface a bit. It's like I just don't know how that would play together is the thing. Like if you wanted to play on both devices. I think you still have to type in a console code to enable controller support. Oh, is that right? Yeah, I actually don't know how it works. I remember trying to do it and I didn't like the output of it.
Beware. Beware.
Hopefully you're having a good day. I'm having an insanely good day. This has been one of my favorite WoW days. I mean, Warcraft Direct was crazy good too, so there's been a lot of great WoW days recently, but yeah. This, pretty much since this expansion launched, has just been win after win on Blizzard's end. I've been using the console port add-on on my Steam Deck, works pretty well, and doesn't mess with keybinds. Oh, cool. What, because it can save the keybinds to the add-on? Is that how it works? Oh, shit. Is that the first barrier of the dungeon? We were just talking about that. I never saw it used. Could have missed it though. Tripping on a singular banana? Yeah, as a fucking Death Knight, right? Like, doesn't even make sense. It's funny. He buried on the boss, so yeah. So we got a total of 2 so far.
Beware. Beware.
I always feel like playing Mario Kart in this section. Dodging the bananas. Yeah, it's funny. Hard to do. I missed a lot of the earlier convo, so apology if it out of place. Did you see the Reddit thread of the guy claiming they've been banned for leaving? No. You want to send that to me on Discord? Or I guess I can just remind me, I'll take a look at it. I'm sure it's on the top of Radar, or the top of Reddit, I mean. Wow. Got any time 13s today? No, this is only our second key done because we were for an hour and a half talking about the crazy shit going on. Yeah, so like he died because he's in front. Is that what happened there? I don't fully understand how this part works, but they will only shoot targets in front of them, yeah. He's not gonna like that. Here's the route, yep. Improve your realm, that's a good one. We have time, leaves the party. What is that scythe effect? That looks awesome. Oh, that's the Deathbringer talent. They hit me hard going into that pull. Yeah, I was shocked by that. 14 is definitely a lot harder than 13. Gustav, welcome back. Then there's gonna be route IO. Lost the stream today. Any success with the new Blizzard policy? No changes like that now. Obviously not, as you see. That's pretty much the first death. We did have a bunch of deaths to some of the trash earlier, but I don't really think there was time, to be honest. I don't necessarily agree with that monk who said that. The key was pretty tight as it was at that point. That was out of time? Yeah, that's what I figured. Don't think there's any way to upgrade it from there. Alright, but yeah, that's a 14. Was that our actual first 14? Ellie. Windwalker. Don't see a lot of those. Hey, it was Glockwork. Yeah, I thought that was you. Priest mentally gave up early on. Complaining about the route, the first death of the dungeon's funny. How many different ways can you walk in a straight line? I don't play any high level myself, but is it always this bad with players blaming route? Yeah, it's not. Well, not always, no, but it's more frequent than it should be. Those snipers suck. They hurt like hell. Yeah, I just don't really understand how it works, because I've seen people die to it, but people tell me that they shouldn't. So I guess in that case, I think it was actually Glockwork who was standing in front of him or something. You had 12 minutes left. You'd probably time it if that dude wasn't QQing that much. No, I don't think so. We still had a lot of trash, don't forget. So if each boss is 5 minutes, which I think is probably not necessarily... Like, it's probably more like 9.5 minutes, but total for the two bosses, but... Yeah, I don't think we had enough time there. People need a Tesla for these keys these days. Just play the game. He's a priest, so he's probably used to skipping those with Mindsu, though, yeah. Well, how many times you gotta hear me say it? He needs to be able to act on his feet more. I mean, that's what I said. Like, the guy literally, like, is just totally unable to do that, right? Like, the first form of him having to work a little bit harder was when he asked for the route, and I said no, and that was it. Like, the key was over at that point. Like, in his mind, it's like, well, I'm not sure why I even continued to do the key at that point. I stopped playing tank 15 years ago and had a long while break, but I don't remember people leaving this easily. 15 years ago? Well, there wasn't Mythic Plus 15 years ago. I ran into some extra toxic groups yesterday. Example, I had 13 Necrotic Wake, was perfectly executed, and the group dies while I'm down the downstairs on the 4th boss. DPS is too low. Target dummies are free, fellas. That would have been a good one to record. He also could have said he'd mind soothe in chat. Other way to think on the feet. Yep. I don't think that was the problem. 15 years ago, did people leave your underbog? Yeah, that's too long ago to be comparing it. Oh yeah, what was the Reddit thing? I like when people do this. This is really cool. You guys have never seen these. These are pretty cool. But that's not what we're looking for. Somebody said, "Is this is the guy or what?" Somebody, I keep seeing this post being brought up. This is not related, right? This is a different thing. You found it? Did it say Gulf of Mexico? Yeah, it's a Louisiana. Wow. It's really cool. Yeah, just is it possible for you to send it to me? We can just search for somebody's name. Slobsters. That thing? 1 month ago. Oh, okay, this guy. I was in the suspension wave. I'm 2750 Resto Druid that actively pugs Mythic Plus. I'm in the 11 to 12 range of keys and the amount of DPS that don't interrupt. Of course, that's, you gotta bring that up, right? As a fucking Resto Druid. The amount of DPS that won't interrupt or use defensives is staggering. Bring that up first to make it seem like you possibly couldn't be at fault here, right? I've stuck out many runs and have even been praised for being patient and kind. I doubt it. However, I'm trying to get to 3K. If you're at 2500, the only reason to do 11s and up is to increase rating. 2500 for 11s? Why are we talking about that? I have left a handful of runs every week, but never ones that are closed. If I'm in a COT 12 and we have 6 deaths before the first boss, and we wasted Lust, and the tank is flaming DPS, and I'm getting hit by a web bolt, I'm out. Get just like fucking layer like 8 different excuses. If we're in a COT 12 and my power went out and my presidential candidate didn't win the election and I stubbed my toe and these guys aren't interrupting and they're yelling at me in Chinese and I'm blind in one eye and the sun's too bright in the other eye, I'm gonna fucking leave, bro. I'm gonna fucking leave, bro. You don't even think I'm not gonna leave. It's just ridiculous. When it's clear the DPS is going to stand in bad and not interrupt or use defensives, I'm not going to waste my time sticking around for 40 minutes when I have only an hour or 2 to play. This has got to be the same fucking person who we just talked to, right? It's the same argument over and over and over again. It's actually crazy. Or if the tank is going to keep pulling when I'm low on mana and flame me for not being able to keep up with people for 2% mana while massive AoE is going out, I'm leaving. You got a lot of reasons you're leaving. You may be the target of these nerfs or of these changes. To be clear, I literally have posts on this sub praising me specifically for being genuinely kind and good at Resto Druid. Mythic Plus is extremely toxic and I live the pug life. And while many think this is a good step, I think it's going to make it even harder to find groups for DPS because now no one will take a chance on the groups. That's just bullshit. Nobody's going to change how they pug. My account has been around since before BGs and vanilla. I've never been suspended or even giving a warning for leaving. Healing Mythic Plus was already a nightmare, and all this suspension has done for me is make up my mind that I'm done with retail. Thank fucking God. Please quit the fucking game. Please fucking quit the game. If anybody is in this boat and you're saying this bullshit, please quit the fucking game. I really, really, really hope you do. The complete lack of community and people thinking doing 6 million DPS with 0 interrupts is okay is baffling. So Mythic Plus used to be my favorite part of the game, but I'm not going to be held hostage. It's like it's a buzz. This is fake. This isn't real. This isn't real. There's no way that this is a real post. I'm not going to be held hostage by terrible groups and people trying to be carried in content with little to no margin for error, and I know this isn't real. Yeah, this isn't real. He even brings up Classic. Like, this isn't real. Unfortunate, but I don't think this is real. He actually replies, though. I'm not shitty. I'm a pretty solid healer. Healing and taking this expansion is immeasurably harder than it was in the past. No, it's definitely measurably harder. And this is going to make it harder for DPS to find groups. No, it's not. You don't interrupt. I take 4 million damage to the face. You could also interrupt. DPS think fat numbers are all that matters. Sometimes they do, but that's not related to them leaving. Leaving shit runs that can't be timed is now punishable, and I think many healers and tanks are going to take less chances on groups. Good. Are you looking for praise for being a crappy player? Yeah, like, why would you post this? This is not real, right? This can't be real. Can I post the link in Discord? Yes. I do not believe this is real. This, to me, is fake. This is trolling. But the fact that he keeps replying makes me think it's real. I really hope this does make all those last drop people quit. Me too. It would be the best case scenario. I would love for them all to quit. It's no longer required that people know the dungeons they're stepping into, specifically Mythic. It's no longer even a thing that this happens. Like, I'm telling you, this is not happening. This is why I think this is fake, and this is why I think everybody's lying about this shit. Prove to me. I mean, this part, maybe. This probably happened, to be honest. But what was some of the comments that this guy made? Like, these things are just bullshit. Like, these things don't happen. One way or the other. Prove to me it happened. That's all I want. If you guys send me a video where these things happen, then we'll talk about them. This here was 0 interrupts. Like, what are you talking about? What key are you in where somebody's doing 0 interrupts? Yeah, that's what I said. He used every single buzzword. There's no way this is true. This is a fake. This is him trolling. This guy's trolling. Moving to Classic won't fix the issue. Yeah, he's suspended for Classic, right? Like, it's not. You don't just get suspended for Live WoW, do you? When you get banned from the game, you're not allowed to play on any part of your account. So this is why it makes me think it's not real. I don't think he got suspended. Maybe it's real. Like, maybe he's mad. Like, these things are real rants, but he didn't get suspended. Do you know why that other guy complained about your route? Because he desires to have control in a situation where he doesn't have control. That's the real answer. The psychological concept is that. That's the #1 reason for it. Instead of being able to think on his feet, he desired to have some kind of control over something that he doesn't have any control over. I read on Twitter saying I was kicked from a group for handling a mechanic poorly, and then the leader had their whole guild report me for leaving early. I went to see these people IO pages. See, that's what I'm saying. People post this shit all the time. Like, if you guys didn't see the last key, I could make up some bullshit narrative about why that healer was unfair, right? But in truth, there's a give and take there. Like, he's reacting to something I did, I'm reacting to something he did. This is how every situation in World of Warcraft goes. You could blame me, you could blame him, right? Both sides have some nuance to it, okay? So to type like that guy typed, where he's like, well, I don't ever do anything wrong. I've even been praised for how good I am. And this guy is ruining my dungeon by not interrupting. What a fucking idiot. I will leave that key, and I am not going to even care. Well, despite the fact that I'm now complaining on Reddit that I got banned. But besides that, I don't care. I'm going to go play Classic instead, even though my account's banned, so I can't. I don't know. We don't know how that part works out. It's like saying these things are just, like, they're not real. Like, these things aren't actually happening, you know? This guy's just being overly dramatic about something that didn't even happen. It's just really disingenuous, and that shit really fucking pisses me off. When people, like, lie about stuff to try to make their argument sound stronger. I mean, I don't know how you do that, you know? It's just so embarrassing. I'm also a bit over 3K with my pally tank, but I was skipping the sniper group with rogue or priest. Often people randomly died even when they stand behind me. Yeah, it's one of the harder pulls in there, no doubt. But I don't feel like it's worth skipping. As if he wouldn't quit a Wailing Caverns run as soon as he realized it will take 3 hours. You should start saying randomly in 300 meters, turn left, then turn right. I don't think it's your entire account. I know a guy who got permabanned for RMT and he bought a new The War Within to the same account and had access to his warband. You don't, like, lose all your shit on your account, no, but I mean, like, you're not allowed to log into that Battle.net account if you get suspended, meaning you can't log into Classic either. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. Wailing Caverns is a journey, not a dungeon. It's an adventure. I looked at his post history. He seems to be a serial complainer. Oh, really? So that makes me think he's trolling then. He had access to the same Battle.net account. I only knew because he told me in Battle.net Whispers. Could be. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong about that. Oh, I not even think I kicked the guy. If you get suspended, that's a sign to go touch grass. Alright, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. Then we're gonna do Cot 13. I got hacked. The hacker did some nasty botting and I got permit. I appealed and they lifted my ban to 14 days. Oh, really? That's crazy. Do you wash your hands? No. I took a shower this morning. I don't need to wash my hands. I put my feet on grass a few months ago. It has been over 15 years. I actually felt a connection with Gaia. Real talk. I felt something. Oh, yeah. Well, it's actually it's like a pretty, it's a pretty well-studied thing that, like, I don't know actually that much about it, to be honest, but yeah, like just walking around barefoot can actually help you. I don't necessarily know why, but I saw a lot of baseball players doing it last couple years, so there must be a reason for it. Yeah, grounding. What is it for? What does it do? The reason is they're a bunch of dorks. It does nothing. Oh, really? It's just like another one of those things. As a Resto Druid main, his points can be valid, but it's more Resto Druid as shit. Incap roars your CC. Skull Bash doesn't have fluid form, but still is needed. People don't want to truly improve and get free low. Well, I don't think his... What do you mean? His points were mostly not about Resto Druid stuff, but yeah. Resto Druid sucks at the end of the day. Sounds like we have similar opinions on that. I'd rather be grounding than sounding. Yeah. If you disperse the positive energy into it's that you disperse the positive positive energy into the negative from all the positive electrodes. What, in the ground or something? Okay, where's the exit here? Kind of went the wrong way. I always put on my pug note, professional cast kicker, and I'm often at 20 plus kicks per run. Nice. Kicks are also, that's another, like, mislabeled conversation. Like, if this guy is saying somebody didn't kick a lot, but every kick was actually made, then it doesn't really matter, you know what I mean? Like, sometimes there's only 1 or 2 spells that need to be kicked, so one player can just get them all. It's another one of those common talking points that you see in pugs, like that key that we did a couple weeks ago or that we reviewed from Harry a couple weeks ago, where the guy was like saying like his HPS is too low. It's like, that's not how the game works. Like, if his HPS is low and everybody's alive, that means no healing is needed right now. Just the same way with interrupting. You could interrupt 0 times in a dungeon, but no kicks were missed. Doesn't mean anybody did anything wrong. So having like 20 interrupts or whatever was said, that's like doesn't really like work that way. Like you may just be kicking things that other people are trying to kick. I actually shutter IRL every time sounding comes up. Oh really? Well, let's keep talking about it. What's everybody's favorite technique? I don't know, this is getting weird, maybe we shouldn't. Let's see what he says to that. The electrode. Do you think Og is bait? Yes. I feel old. I have no idea what your folks are talking about. Good. You don't. You don't want to know. Don't try to find out. Roger that, yep. Okay, let's try to get the... I'm probably not gonna at this point. Need to try to get the wax weekly done. Was reading the Blue Post comments on Blizzard punishing leavers today on my lunch break. Seems like a majority of people commenting are very unhappy because they can't leave keys anymore. Really? That's surprising. Yeah, I've not seen any, like, there's no actual argument outside of that. Like, this is a universally praisable moment from Blizzard. The only people who would be mad are people who might be affected by it. Just like people were mad about GDKP being banned. Obviously, the only people who are mad about that are the people who are profiting from it. Have you ran into any no-list comps? Ideally, no. We probably have one or two here and there I've not noticed, though. Definitely been a few, I think, actually, now that I think about it, but... The Demon Hunter is wrong. Survival has 60% damage as magic. Yeah, survival is fine, too, but doesn't really benefit from my buff much. Oh yeah. Would be cool if Blizzard added a new option menu similar to pings, add a new list of alert items, like alert party when successful interrupt or alert when dangerous spell is casted. Well, that's just what Plater does. It's insane it's taken Blizzard this long to address the problem of people leaving keys. I agree, it's sad that it's that long. But I'm glad it happened. I looked up that guy deleted the Reddit post about looking for a guild, and one of his sentences was, I would really like to find some solid people that are like-minded and not going to rage quit at the slightest inconvenience. I want some DPS that use defensives and their utility to help the group. Yeah, I think that guy's not genuinely posting. But no way to prove it one way or the other. I read a post on Reddit that we don't even know the extent of people being banned. Maybe it's only the very worst top 0.1%, and in that case, good riddance. Yeah, we're never going to know either unless somebody actually comes forward with some proof that it happened, but I've been asking for that, so if you guys run into anybody who generally had it happen to them, please, you know, this is big. This is a big deal. Like, being able to prove it happened is a big deal, so... Yeah, who knows how many leave it. Like, yeah, we don't know anything about the context of it either, so. I've already forgotten who said they were going to do it, but somebody was going to say they were going to basically, like, go test it, basically. Like, just leave every fucking key possible. So he was serious about it, so we'll see if that ends up happening. People complaining are always the ones doing it. You would expect that to be the case, yeah. I wonder if Z got banned. Oh, that guy probably doesn't even play anymore. I have no idea why that... If that dude does still play, I mean, I have no idea why he even would. anyone truly got banned, you would see so much more about this. Why? I mean, it's not even been 24 hours yet. Would be cool to figure out what constitutes leaving. Yeah, but they're not going to do that because then you'd be able to potentially circumvent it. Like Faxy's just kind of alluded to there. Like if you knew it was 100, you would just keep track of it, and then on your 99th, you would make sure you don't leave again, you know? They don't want people doing that. Who is Z? Oh, that was like the first video that we ever made on a specific person leaving a key. The guy leaves like 5 seconds into the dungeon because he doesn't like the route, basically. That was like the first example of it that we've ever seen from BFA. I don't think it matters at all how many or what % they are banned. The fact that it is being done is enough, and having one case to refer to is enough. I totally agree. Yep, that's exactly how I feel about it. It's a win-win here, just by them mentioning it. That's all that needs to happen, is them mentioning it. Less DPS means either enhance or mage. Only viable specs who bring less. No, enhance brings it, or survival brings it too. And AUG. A lot of people play AUG, even though I don't think it's a good pick. A BFA fire mage, yep. Didn't want his first CDUs to be less than it could be, so he left. I reckon they would go off logs and see if accounts leave within the first few minutes or in a keep wraps. Yeah, who knows? Like I said, we'll never know. There's not really any point in speculating unless we could find some evidence that indicates that speculation is possible, like more accurately. But as of what we have right now, we don't have any reason to speculate because they're never going to tell us anyway. Good evening, Metro. Leon, what's up, buddy? Hope you're doing great. I am doing fucking outstanding. I'm thankful for Metro for Thanksgiving. I appreciate you saying that. I'm personally glad that they at least said something about leavers. Just a threat makes them think twice. Yep. Yeah, look at all these people fucking panicking, right? Like coming and leaving these comments like, I'm not going to stay if you miss every kick and you end up being disconnected. Like all this. I mean, I can't even come up with anything worse than these guys come up with, so. Just go read their comments if you want to see nonsense. But yeah, you can see all these people just panicking, like pure panic. So it's obvious that it's working, even if, you know what I mean? Like, if you think about it from this way, right? For years, I've been saying you have to tell these people that what they're doing is not okay, right? And I've always said it's probably not going to make any changes to their gameplay, but it will get them thinking about it. And that's all we need is to them to start thinking about it. Because if they think about it, then it's likely that they will think twice about doing it at some point. You know what I mean? And that's exactly what's happening here, but to a way, 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 way more serious degree. Like, Blizzard is forcing you to think about it now. You know what I mean? Like, it's not just me pressuring them to think about it. This is, you are forced to think about it. So, wouldn't that be cool if your last video from last week, i.e. the Pally, was the catalyst for Blizzard to put their foot down? Yeah, no, it would never be something that recent. But I would love to know if I did actually have some impact on this. There's been a lot of changes recently that have been things that I've directly suggested and over the years have asked for. So, you know, I'm not trying to sound like I did something that I didn't, but it's like, it makes me think that I'm helping one way or the other, even if, you know, it's not just me or something. Like, it still feels good to know that I'm potentially helping with this situation getting better. This one, though, is like totally, this one everybody's talking about. This is not just me. Like, squishing the key levels was something I directly brought up, and I don't know many other people who wanted it. So that one is like, oh shit, like, maybe they literally just watched my video on it and agreed. But, you know, in terms of this is something that everybody wants. Like, I'm not even 1 in 10,000 on that front, you know? Once they get banned, I'd argue it will change their tune. But we were saying, like, there's a possibility that they won't get banned and it will still change their tune. But like I said, one way or the other, it is forcing them to care about it now. So this is really, really good for everybody. I want to give a different perspective. Challenger Peril contributed to a lot of the leaving issues, increasing this season. They want to revert that, but don't want to admit it was a mistake, so they action this. It makes a whole community issue rather than a Blizzard created issue. Damn, that's pretty... That's a little bit tinfoil hatty there, right? But hey, you might be right, to be honest, at the end of the day. Squish of key levels was fine. The issue I have with the 12 affix is a hard jump is doable. Yeah, another thing, I mentioned all of these affixes not working out the way they initially expected to, and look what they did, right? Made a bunch of changes, so... I think that affix is gone next season. Yeah, me too. you have a macro or add-on to loot the nearest mining node? No, I have an interact key that you just press so you don't have to use your mouse to do it. I can't confirm, but on Reddit the bans are 7 days. Who would think twice about leaving keys after that? Oh, 7 days. Is there multiple people talking about it on Reddit? Because that guy didn't seem to mention it, unless maybe he mentioned it in one of the follow-ups. I hope they will make Peril baseline. I hope they'll Peril's the 7, right? I hope they'll just remove it. 15 seconds is too much. Maybe 10 is fine. We'll go back to 5, I think. It's just too much, and it's not like there's gonna be deaths in keys. Like, it's not something you can unilaterally just avoid. There's always going to be some deaths in keys. Gotta commend Blizzard for banning on a holiday weekend. Yeah, it's a strange time to do it, right? Well, I never thought to use an interact key instead of my mouse. I'm really bad at clicking. Oh, it's so huge, dude. It had a huge impact on us in Classic too, honestly, when we used it. Peril stinks big time. It's not even a question. Yep. How can they write, we believe the affix did a good job in keeping keys challenging and ensuring difficulty is relevant, what given the lever issue? Yeah, no, I agree with your stance on that for sure. I just don't necessarily think that they would try to like make other changes to try to obfuscate the fact that they're going to remove it. It happened right after the MDI season, so maybe it was planned. It's possible. I don't like that they basically made the game around having possibility to leave. I would rather have people losing Raider IO when instead of banning them, because leaving keys is a mechanism that Blizzard made. The problem is you can't lose Raider IO. Like, how would you gain it back, right? Like, I've heard a few people suggest this, but I've never heard a good way to gain it back after losing it. But anyway, Blizzard did not make the system this way on purpose. It's just a confluence of... Oh, we're 25 with them now too. It's just a confluence of how the system works. Maybe Swag leaving the key MDI final was the catalyst. Is that something that happened? Not like rage quit though, or nothing, right? Or Divine holding the group hostage? Wait, what? These are real things? Ranked ladder like Overwatch? But that would be transparent as fuck. Ranked ladder. They gave up after a mistake? Wow, really? Well, because they knew they couldn't win or something? It was over though, yeah. Swag was one of the enhancement challenges and he disconnected in the middle of a necrotic way key. Oh wow. Just gave up, that's funny. Even at the highest level, people are like that. In the final? That's so fucking embarrassing, man. That is such a bad look for Blizzard. Hey, here are the best players in our video game. Oh. That guy just quit in the middle of the final. Without punishment, leaving will never be resolved. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely punishment. Metro, your idea to have currency for key protection. Do you want one currency for all levels and it will be good for all expansions? Or do you want different currencies like we have with crests? I think one currency, but I haven't thought that much about that concept, so I will not answer further than that. I'm wondering if it's bad luck or is it really 12 to 13 range? It's very difficult. Oh, it's very difficult, definitely. No luck involved there. Please no more currencies. Aren't the 5 currencies we already have enough? Honestly, in this case, I would say yes, they are. We can just use the current currencies we have. Because it would actually work out pretty well. Like, the keys would not really be something you'd be prioritizing protecting in the beginning when you're using the currency to upgrade and craft gear anyway, you know? So it's like, it would just give you some reason to care about the currency late into the expansion. It would actually be pretty good. And the fact that there's an actual cap on the currency, which is not something I considered a feature of my initial pitch. I don't necessarily like it, but I think it would actually probably be healthier for there to be a cap. Meaning that you'd only be able to protect so many keystones. What do you think about solo queue for Mythic Plus? I have a whole video on why I think it will happen. There are some streamers listing keys as 5, but really it's a 10 and carrying the players for content. Really? Who the hell's doing that? Crest and Valor Stones is a pretty clunky economy. I don't like the Valor Stone concept, but crests work out well. I just think they should make it more universal. Just don't decrease the key level. If you're stacked at 12, you should at least keep running the level you're at. Yeah, I don't think that's on the table. That's what I was trying to say before. Like, you got to convince them that you have a system that's better than their current system. So, I think I have a system that's better than their current system. I tried to make a system that would be like gamified, you know, like something that would make sense in World of Warcraft instantly. The vault loot change sucked too. I wish they reverted to 8s to give Mythic track. I know that one was needed for sure. Okay, we got a hunter. Yeah, 10s. That one was needed. It was way too easy to get max ball item level in previous seasons. Don't forget, what key is it again?
You need to step up and engage.
I'm not one to talk on that though.
We want to preserve.
I love the
this
upgrade
place.
tracks. I just wish it was more intuitive. I wish it was more encompassing. Like I wish you can upgrade things way further and have way more agency over that. I love the idea of everything they've done with gearing. It just doesn't work as well as it could, I think, is my big issue. I think they have their own internal methods without relying on player reporting. I don't know. We will see how it plays out, but I'm personally stoked on actions towards griefers. Me too. It's like I said, just like everything about it is optimistic. Then they said every right word. Not a single word in that post made me think like, oh man, they really don't understand this issue. It could have been really bad, you know? They could have been like, yeah, like, well, I don't know what they really could have did that would have been bad, but it could have definitely not been as good as it was for sure, so I'm really satisfied with that. What the hell? Never noticed that. I just wish that gear was upgradable from Vet to Mythic if you have Crest for it. I think they need to make a way that you can upgrade it above tracks. I agree. I would not mind the currency for protection, but a tome drop for another chance, if completed, would work too. I like the idea of more random stuff. I don't think many people do though, unfortunately. They made gearing much slower for Mythic Plus only players. If you Mythic Raid, gear progression is the same as it is in Dragonflight, yeah. But that was needed. The real problem is that delves are just wacky in comparison now. Did they speak about more rewards for double or triple chesting? No. This hunter knows what's up. DKs can't be trusted. I just wish that gear was upgradable over that. I would not mind all these things, I think. It would be cool if 12s could drop Mythic track. Yeah, that would. Now, I said that in the beginning of the season when 12s were like extremely hard. But it's not gonna work now. They're way too easy. Mythic Raid is fairly easy. If you want to do a weekly 4 of 8, bosses ain't hard. The real gameplay starts on the 5th. Oh yeah. I'm not interested in raiding myself, but maybe others are. What is it? Saw your note, by the way, Hunter. A deal is a deal. A lot of weird stuff going on. If I time this and I am not top DPS, 50k is yours. Whoa. It's a hell of a deal. I don't think we're going to be timing it, but maybe. Is 12s harder than Mythic? Like the amount of people pugging 4 of 8 compared to the amount of people who time all 12s? That I don't know. I've never compared it. I think 12 dropping Mythic would give too much unlimited farming of Mythic. Yeah, so that's what I said. Like, it should drop an item that you can get in a limited amount that can be used to upgrade it past the current track. I think that would be a good way to do it. And that's the currency. Like, we already have it. It's already in the game. It just needs to be expanded. 50k bet about top DPS. He might die in the first pull. Yeah, that's silly. Alright, this one we actually need, so maybe we can finally knock it off. We got people who are talking about being the top DPS in the key.
True lesson of the void. Ah, you've arrived. Our friend awaits you in the High Hollows.
Came really close to this one a few times. How long do we have before the next season starts? We don't know that yet. But it's not even on the PTR, so we got a while. Good choice. I just uses the hunt to mobs if we haven't aggroed yet. The great push is late January, so at least that. You mean like it will last at least until January, yeah. Try to warn you. You got a Dix Priest, we're not gonna have the kicks. No matter who you invite. See, I think they misunderstood what I was saying. I was like, it doesn't matter. I was trying to say it doesn't matter who we invite. We need the kick from the healer role. Survival Hunter's legit, yeah. Someone's in the voice channel? No, that's, yeah, I don't know why. Big in Japan is in the voice channel.
Beware.
2025 because we got Siren Iroh first. Yeah, we still don't even have the next patch, let alone the next season. Are you saying Destro Warlock and Dispriest is not a great kick combo? Correct. Okay, I guess we're skipping that mob. That is the worst I've ever seen that first pull go. We are so far behind that mob. It may actually pat back to us. That might be how it ends up working out. People saying the ring from the patch is actually going to be really good this time. Oh, really? I'll have to take a look at it. I don't even know how it works. Like, how do you get it? Is it just some random quest line, or
Beware.
what do locks use to kick? Good question. Pets.
Beware.
Yeah, this is not going well so far. The ring sells no secondary stats, right? Am I wrong to believe that anybody collectively likes secondary stats? I don't know. Lock needs the Fell Hunter pet to kick, else they have nothing. Oh yeah. This priest is trash, yep. About route, we did 2 pulls. When people start dying in keys, I just feel the rage brimming. Yeah, right. It's 6 weeks of doing the dailies on Siren Isle to upgrade the ring to 639. Is it one of those things that has like different powers that you can put in and out of it with? Or what? How does that work? Every DPS should remove details damage meters and only have interrupts and avoidable damage. You'd be very surprised how much better they would play. I don't think a lot of people do it, like where they're just staring at recount, but I think you're not necessarily wrong. Thought there wasn't a time gate for the ring? I don't know. My heart to be. Back up. Same ring as before, same sockets, just more gems. Oh, seriously? Interesting. We did a Grimmitol 12 with an AUG. Oh, nice. New route is literally the one I take at the start. Yeah, there's a slightly better way to do it, but I don't like doing it because it requires certain classes that you're not always going to have. But at the end of the day, if that guy can't heal that shit, then then the key is done. If you can't heal that bug trash, then you're not going to be able to do the last 2 bosses. Those bosses are so hard. So that guy just sucks. Like, just nothing else to talk about. Really wish we can go back to Resto Shaman in every key. But we had a Havoc Demon Hunter, guys. Can you link the spreadsheet? It's in the description, yeah. How are the interrupts in that key? Not great. Do you know if the mini boss in front of Izo gives count? Is that the last boss? Yeah, they give count. $763 collectibles. What do they got? Wow, only $24 for that. Look at that later. I use Mythic Dungeon Tool. Only reason people are playing with this now is the damage. You lose so much utility going with disc. Are they meant to be good damage? I haven't really seen it. What else? So I take a Disc Priest right now if its healing is based off of its damage at the cost of no utility, but that's typically covered with Prop Pallion Shamans. Yeah, pretty much. Like if you see a Disc Priest in the top keys, it's because they have everything else covered that Disc doesn't have. And in a Pug setting, you're not going to have those things. So, like re-rolling to play a Disc Priest in the middle of the season when Shaman is still as powerful as it is such a stupid idea. It's wasting a lot of people's time. The season's basically hit like an impasse because all of a sudden every healer is playing a shit spec. They went from playing the best possible spec to the worst possible spec. So when we actually have good, you know, a good utility comp, it can still go well, but in a dungeon like that, there's just too much required. Disc is also good HPS and damage reduction. Yeah, but I'm sure a lot of healers are good HPS. Maybe not damage reduction, but I don't think they're doing any, like, I've never been like, wow, we're really comfortable because we have Disc Priest. Like, it's still hard to play, right? Like, it's a different type of healer than most healers, so you have to be good at it and know when the damage is coming. So on top of the fact that it's not necessarily objectively better, it's also harder to play, which can make it worse. Very true with Prop Pally. The emergency heals can carry a lot. Oh, yeah. Blood Death Knight with Og and Resto Shaman is my go-to. Oh, really? You like Og? As the Disc Priest, I feel so damn vulnerable. They have almost no toolkit, yeah. It's just not a good pick for the Pug world. You really should consider a different healer. Hey, buddy, long time. Flatbed Frank, what's up, buddy? I've been watching you still, but work nights, so I never get to see you live. Oh, really? Well, I hope that you're working nights for a good reason and everything's good for you. Prod Pally healing and kicking is not carrying. It's using your toolkit properly. He's saying it can carry the healer, yeah. Because I can't do that. That's what he's saying. Like, if I was the prop pally and that guy was a disc priest, it would be a lot less of a problem. Do you understand? My best healing experiences were with Fistweaver and Preservation Evoker. Oh, really? I have not seen any of those a lot, to be honest. Yeah, you can help the healer make a mistake and get away with it, yeah. Unfortunate that certain combos can be bad. That's just how the game works. It's how it's always worked. Do they have lots of AoE healers? AoE heals. What are you talking about? Disc Priest? I don't know much about Disc Priest, like actual healing profile, but... Oh, we're not doing this thing. Fistweaver is big for AoE heals. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, he's talking about Disc, it looks like. I don't know anything about it, really. All I know is what they don't have, and that's Interrupt. Or Disruption in general, really. They have no stun either. Whereas you got Resto Shaman with like 5 different disruptions. It's kind of crazy to pick Disc Priest at all. And Mythic Plus, all my Disc heals are AoE pretty much. Gotcha. I think Preservation Evokers basically don't pug. Yeah, I haven't seen many at all, honestly. It's weird. Need help with 12s and double pulls. Assuming you have all your cooldowns after Rune Weapon and Vamp Blood is up, how do you handle the hits before getting Runic Power up? I don't know. I don't have like a universal answer to that question. It's going to depend too much on too many different things. I want to know your opinion on this. If they are going to make casts uninterruptible with stuns, they should give kicks to all healers. I don't. You're asking why Priest doesn't have an interrupt, basically. I don't necessarily know why they've done it, but I don't think it's like bad, like objectively bad for one of those specs to not have one. Don't forget, for years the only kick was Shaman. They were the only healer with an actual kick, so I think it's a pretty good compromise to give a few more a kick, but not all. But at the end of the day, I'd be certainly fine with them all having one. So we're not getting this.
Beware.
offers a most wondrous gift. We will become greater than we are.
It's not just a kick, they have 2 AoE stops. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Shaman is so much more capable. Rooting for the Unholy Death Knight. I'm rooting for this key to be an upgrade so I can then whisper the Priest. Hey, what were you saying in the last key? The ability kick itself wasn't considered an interrupt. You mean the rogue one? Why would it not be? I think you're talking about in the old days when not every interrupt actually silenced. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Another big problem with Disc here is these mobs putting that on us as they die. It's very hard for them to heal it up.
Beware.
I'm here for the celebration stream. We popping champagnes or what? Oh yeah. We're fucking celebrating today, man. For some hours streaming, we got probably about 2+ hours just talking about that shit all day today. Auto combat healing for Disc Priest is almost impossible. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Another reason why they're bad in this dungeon. There's going to be a good amount of auto combat healing. That time we swerved it at least.
Invaders, fear not, citizen. We will show them
I'm guessing that they punished leavers were not doing high keys. I don't know. I've yet to meet somebody who's actually been punished, so if you did meet somebody, let me know. So many people, so long. Blizzard is fine with you abandoning Pugs in Mythic Plus. Yep. That's true. Like, now you definitely can't say that. That's true. I don't know many people who did say that, to be fair, but there was a couple of them who were like, it's a feature that you can just leave a key whenever you want. That's intended. And it's hard to argue with that before yesterday. Disc Priest requires damage to heal, but what about Holy? Oh no, Holy's the opposite. You should let that Disc Priest know that it appears Resto Shaman can handle this pull better. Yeah, I already did. These pulls are infinitely easier with extra kicks, so.
Do you not know who I am? Whose voice you challenge?
Beware.
Holy's the opposite. They can't heal when there's enemies. Funny.
Beware.
I think they should have a vote to leave option. I'm not against it or anything, but I just don't think it's physically possible given how the keys work right now. Like, I think that requires some kind of system to go alongside of it. I don't think they're just going to add it. Whenever you're in a group, you can do a slash forfeit thing, you know? Like, it's just not how it works. And Holy's damage is nice, yep. It's just a factor of the low success rate of high keys that sort of makes me think it's not as impactful when people leave. It's not as noticeable, maybe, is that what you mean? It's definitely impactful, but most keys are not failed and then just continued. They're failed and then left, which is a big issue for me. I think a lot of people don't necessarily agree it's an issue, but for me, it's definitely a big issue. You can vote to kick. Would it not be similar? You can't vote to kick in these dungeons. No, that's what I'm saying. There's no way I can vote to kick this guy in this dungeon. It needs a system that goes along with it, usually.
Beware.
I would like better checkpoints, too. Faxi would, too. Checkpoints, I think, should be uniform. That's my big complaint. I don't care if they're good or bad, whatever you want to say about that, but they should not be like some dungeons where they're really bad and some others that there aren't. Like, they're fine. It doesn't really make sense. If you're going to have one dungeon have it like after every single boss, then all dungeons should be like that. It's too early to forfeit. You can only forfeit after having attempted the first boss at least once. Right, well, that's how the vote to kick works, too, right? So do you guys think about that when you're saying about forfeiting? Like, would you demand that you can forfeit the second the dungeon starts? Because I think a lot of people would. And I highly, highly, highly doubt Blizzard would allow that behavior. Yeah, and then then you have Mist, which, like, unlocking the checkpoint is like a feature of the dungeon. It's really weird. They actually reverted the ability to leave and kick after the first boss unscathed. Oh, yeah. Do I res or walk back in every dungeon is always an issue. It's just not consistent. It needs to be consistent in my eyes. That's my biggest complaint. It's too early to forfeit. You can only forfeit once. Every player has at least interrupted or dispelled once. And these people never interrupt or dispel. I'm a god tier resto shaman doing 2,700 keys. These people are way worse than me. I love Mythic Plus with the delve system. You can't do a 10 if you have included 9.
Beware.
Yeah, that's just not how keys work. But if they ever converted it to that, I think it wouldn't be a worse change. I think it would definitely be better. That would be how a solo queue would. Well, I think I drafted a video on the solo queue concept. I don't think there would be keys at all or numbers. I think the dungeon would dynamically scale in difficulty based on everybody's rating, and this would allow everybody to play together. So me as a 3K player and you as a 1K player, not saying you are, but in theoretical situations you may be. It would allow us to both play together and still get score from the same key, and I think that would be required if they did a solo queue. Because otherwise there would be a limited source of, like, if you're a 3K player and you're waiting for other 3K players to sign up, you may never get a group, right? Like, it sometimes just may not happen. This Death Knight is keeping up with him and healing, though. Does the vote to quit thing. Lol does the vote to quit thing, and it sucks. People spam it for every little thing. I agree, it's definitely demoralizing, and that's what I'm saying. Like, you're not going to be allowed to do it in the current system we have. I just don't think that's how it would work. Real talk here, though. When does Demon Hunter get their own flying ability? That'd be funny.
Has eyes everywhere.
When you get people trolling or throwing to get out, then you need to make sure they get punished. That's already, yeah, no, that's already punishable. You could already be punished for that. A lot of people don't understand that. Like, if you already behave like that in a key, you will already be punished. The change that was made yesterday was closing a loophole where you can just leave for any reason without any, like, literally nothing happening. And you would not ever get punished for that. That's them closing a loophole. Everything else that people talk about, like this whole bullshit about holding people hostage and shit, you'd already get in trouble for that. So that's not going to be happening. Because if you're going to get punished for leaving, you're certainly going to get punished for doing that. I always get hit by that. On another topic, my friend died at level 29 hardcore, and now he's so blue that he doesn't even want to play retail with me. Oh, wow. Hardcore, yeah, I don't care about that, that's for sure. How would it work with comp? No lust team, no battle rest team? That I don't know, but I think it would either be all disabled in solo queue, or they would have like items that you can buy when you start the dungeon that would allow you to lust and stuff. I'm not really sure. I would also love a solo queue right now, but a smart one that puts you in levels based on your rating. That's what I was saying, like, that's how it would have to work. Like, there would have to be dynamic rating scaling. Because otherwise, it would be way too limited. Like, if it worked exactly as it would work right now, then it definitely wouldn't work. Because you'd be like, you just get queued into a dungeon you don't need for score, right? Like, that wouldn't work at all. So it would have to be dynamic dungeon-wise. Like, there wouldn't be able to be dungeons for score anymore. It would have to just be success for score. And then at that point, I think they would go one step further and make it so it was not only just success for score, but actual, like, any success for score. Like, you can succeed based on the difficulty of the dungeon, and the dungeon would scale in difficulty. The funny thing about rating is that there would be IO and there would be MMR. Somebody only doing 10s would be able, but always double upgrading them would be higher MMR than someone doing 12s with less skill. Well, we don't know that for sure, but that it could very well be the case, yeah. But the MMR system would also be very beneficial for the people who quit too, because, or for pushing those people out more, because it would allow, like, failure would actually matter. Right now, people treat failure like it was just, like, it didn't happen. You know what I mean? Like, oh, no, I'm going to leave. That never happened. You know what I mean? If you lose a key, if you don't succeed in the key, then you would actually lose a score in the solo queue system. So these people who are, like, giving up so quickly, there would be heavy incentive to not have that. I've been watching you since Season 3 of Dragonflight, and I've been super impressed with your Blood Death Knight to the point that I finally started to level 1 and give it a try. Oh, sweet. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I hope you enjoy it. It's very fun. There should be 2 queues, one for 5-man and one for solo. Yeah, there would be a solo queue would be separate from the way we have the game currently. So there would still be regular pushing of keys, and then there would just be solo queue on top of that for one who's unhappy with it. The paladin tried to tank the spy. Yeah, I don't know why. I guess I really need to start, like, you guys are trying to tell me that if it goes one way, then you know exactly where it's going to end up. I'm still kind of learning that, I guess. Solo queue with same IO would work. They do this for PvP. Oh, is solo queue PvP the same as like regular 3v3? I don't think so. Surely it's a different score, right? Yeah, I think like solo queue and PvP is a predecessor of this system, basically. It is a different score. Okay, that's what I thought. What do you mean with same IO? You mean like just the system as exactly as it is? It would only work if they make changes to how the dungeons give score, and as such they would probably have to make it so you lose score. Because otherwise the final, like if you can only gain score and you can gain score from every single dungeon you do, then you'd end up with like 50,000 score by the end of the season, you know? I don't think that's necessarily what the system wants to have happen, even though I wouldn't necessarily be against it. Because I do think objectively you're a better player if you do 10 of one dungeon than 1 of one dungeon. But the score does not reflect it. Like if I did this dungeon and upgraded it once, I would get the same score as if I upgraded it 10 times. Which is not, that's not how it should be. People not being able to lose IO despite playing like Dogwater is such a crime these days. Well, you can't lose. That's what I'm saying. You can't lose score in the current condition because there isn't a way to gain it back. Oh shit! There isn't a way to gain it back. You know, like if you lost score for leaving a key, you would just end up at 0 score by the end of the season. So I haven't heard a good way to earn it back. Like I've never heard anybody suggest losing score, but a good way to earn it back if you lose it. Because like, how do they determine what key level you should lose it from? Like. So if we're doing a City of Threads 13 and I leave it and I lose score, then what? I have to go do a 12 again? Okay, well then we try to do the 12 and we fail that. Now we have to do an 11. You know what I mean? Like it's just, it's not how the system, like this is not how the system should work. There's no way for losing score to work right now, I don't think. Overwatch has a decent system. Don't know if it makes sense for WoW though. Those are MMR systems, yeah. That's what we're talking about, adding for solo queue. I just mean that in PvP you leave or you don't do key, you lose rating. Yeah, you would lose rating in this system, I think. I expect losing score would do net harm to the game. Participation would drop because of the psychological impact of knowing something is on the line. And that would be fine, yeah. I mean, the content's already hard, like... If people are unable to handle the fact that they would lose score from failure, then they wouldn't really be cut out for it anyway. How about Mythic plus leagues? That's just like the MDI, right? What if you're the one that presses the leave group button? What about it? MMR would only work in PvP, not PvE, right? It would work in PvE too in this case, yeah. Because the PvP would be against the enemies of the dungeon, basically.
Transformatory was once the home of our sacred evolution. ISO has made a mockery of our traditions. At the Queen's tisk, tisk, tisk.
Oh shit, that's a good deal.
Israq, a traitor. Our queen will be so...
Yeah, but you need to buy 2 to get free shipping from them.
First, your little pets will die.
Leagues like silver and gold 2. Oh, I don't... What's the difference from score? Basically just like compartmentalizing score at that point. I don't see any purpose to that. Ranked leaderboard maybe, like a recreational queue, then a ranked queue. Yeah, I don't think for solo queue they would just be the one system, I think. This is my favorite boss this season. Oh really? Why? There's Cop. I wouldn't want a League-S system in WoW. It would just make things worse. I just don't see a purpose for it. Like, I don't see a purpose. I think it's cool. I know, but can you elaborate on why? Because I don't think many people would agree with that. And I'm surprised to hear somebody say that. This is the worst boss, yeah. These 3 bosses, really all 4 bosses in this dungeon suck. We already have a system like WoW. We have LP where we just don't have tiers. That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the point of having the tiers? I don't really get it. In League, there's not like a static rating. You know, it's like a system that has. It's almost like a regression from rating. You know what I mean? This whole dungeon is bad. I agree. They have interesting and dynamic mechanics with each other. There's a lot going on, but it's not overwhelming. Gotcha. Well, fair enough. You're welcome to that opinion. I don't agree with it, but I'm glad to hear other people feel that way. On Mythic 0, I didn't think the dungeon would rival Dark Flame, but here we are. I mean, as a bad dungeon, I think it's probably the worst dungeon. Maybe one of the worst they've ever made. I do like the design of the first one and the last one. It's just hard. Yeah, actually, the last one's kind of alright, to be honest. It's just really, really hard. It's just the second and third one that sucks so bad. Really, all 3 of them besides that, yeah, actually. The first one sucks, too. Stupid having people being, like, forced to be that close together. As a healer, this dungeon is the hardest to heal, which makes it fun. Yeah, that's definitely... I'm glad to hear somebody say that out loud. Because I bet a lot of healers don't agree with that. Caught is my favorite dungeon this season, really. That's crazy.
Beware, darkness consumes.
Eric Care is my favorite dungeon. I think it's the perfect Mythic Plus dungeon. Gotcha. Grim Patrol is my absolute nightmare. Oh, yeah. The bosses in Dark Flame look fine. The bosses aren't bad. It's just the stupid-ass mechanic in there. Grim Patrol last boss isn't fun at all to me. Worse than this. Oh, really? It's a very, very overwhelming fight with all those tentacles. I can agree with that. The reason that they introduced the anti-spider setting is because they were creating a lot of content with spiders. True. Finally got a second to sit down and watch and talk. Been listening on and off today. Sweet. I'm glad to see you, Cop. Just wanted to say hi. And just wanted to say that you hit the nail on the head earlier. And you're talking about Harry. Dude is deeply underestimated and actually very talented and intelligent. I agree. Like I said, somebody like Harry has a lot going against him, so if he's able to figure it out this quickly, it's really shocking that a lot of people aren't able to. I love the dragon flying part of Grim Patrol and the fact that you can kind of customize the dragon, the dungeon, with which packs you want to pull in the first part. Yeah, I wouldn't really say that, but I'm glad. I think Grim Patrol is a really good dungeon, to be honest.
None will pass.
Ah, that's so bad. I'm pretty much dead. I shouldn't have used rune weapon there, honestly. How's your item level these days? Pretty good, same as it's been for a while. 632. It's also why people say they love Eric Carey, even though I think that dungeon is just terribly designed. its only positive feature is that it's easy. That's very common that people gravitate towards whatever the easiest dungeon is as their favorite, I agree. No! Holy shit. I'll run. Too risky. My weapon's back. Eric Care is my second favorite, and difficulty isn't strongly related to why. Good. Alright, this key's way over time again, though. This dungeon seems really hard to upgrade timer-wise. I used to think this key was actually pretty lenient, but I don't think that anymore at all.
Beware.
Frost Mage needs to pump out more damage. Yeah, he's kind of struggling on these last few packs, I guess. I feel like Mage doesn't have enough AoE in general. Oh, really? Is that a common thought?
Beware.
Dawnbreaker is so cool. I have a macro to tell people to switch to regular flight mode. It's definitely a good idea. I just always forget. Crackwig is fun, probably one of my all-time favorites, Overlay. You still like it even after the changes of this season? I used to like it a lot more when the weapons worked the way they did. For Dawnbreaker, I really dislike the first pull. If that dungeon started with the second pull, it would be significantly better. I agree, that first pull is really stupid. Weapons and Kyron bot were great. The amount of choice it gave you, yeah, I love that part. Dawnbreaker first pull is meant for MDI players to cook on. For regular players, it stinks so bad. Why is there a lot of choices that you can do there? I didn't even. You can't even advance, right? Like, what can you even do there? Not only is this not in time, this is going to be like many minutes overtime. I didn't think it was that bad of a run. What race is your Death Knight? Night Elf. Frost Mage is throwing. Holy shit. 1.16 million, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that's definitely a route problem. That guy doing 1.16, definitely.
Beware. Beware.
I do more on my pally, and I don't even get a bite to 8s. So says what's up. Pretty much everybody does more than that guy. That guy's... That's very, 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 very low.
Beware.
Is the mage interrupting at least? Yeah, the Reddit guy would stay.
Beware.
Mage is doing okay on bosses. Like I said, their AoE is lacking. No, it's not. It's just this guy. We've had no issues with mage generally. Could be some build that's different than other people or something, but either way, it's not been a problem for us anywhere else.
Beware. Beware.
Not in the zone, is that right? Frost Mage AoE is really good, yep. Certainly having any issues with that.
Beware. Beware.
That guy's got that res totem too, that's... See, that guy's committed to doing this dungeon as well as he can, I like that.
Beware.
You can argue their AoE is lacking in giant pulls, which you almost don't have here except for 1 or 2 at most. Oh, really? People from the chat, when you see his key is doomed, do you ask if others want to leave, or do you finish it? I try to finish every dungeon I sign up to, as you probably already know.
Beware.
Having a third one of those is really bad. I don't leave a dungeon till it's over or others leave. Yeah, sure.
But worthwhile.
Good attitude towards that. The boss healed, yeah, must have. Never the first to leave. Me too.
So persistent. For you, a reward. Witness the unparalleled wonder of transformation.
As a tank, I never leave. It's usually heals or DPS that go, right? Obviously, as a tank myself, with the same attitude, I never leave either. As a healer, it's usually DPS because there are 3 of them. Yeah. That's definitely not helping the situation. Tank leaves equals skill issue from either tank or others. Oh, really? I've left a key first twice, both times with someone throwing around slurs, yeah. If you got that kind of stuff going on, I'm certainly not going to blame you for leaving. The only time I left a key of my own free will was when some guy was like literally every single thing I did, he was commenting on. That was back in Legion. He was like, why did you death grip that mob kind of thing, you know? Every single thing I commented, got commented on. I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at no interrupts. Yeah, if you're not playing the way I want you to play, then I'm out, bro. You're not gonna hold me hostage to the thing I willingly signed up to. Frostmage is trying to blame me? Really? I didn't see that. I lose Spymaster stacks on each death. Is that you think that's him blaming me? He died. It's not me causing him to die. I've only instant quit a dungeon because someone was being racist towards my realm. Oh, well, Azralan. Yeah. That's not a race, by the way, being from a realm, but yeah.
Enough. You've earned a place in my
He's blaming his trinket, yep.
Too late.
Well, the arguments have started. This boss is really bad for healers. Yep. This guy says he parses at 99%. Whoa. Mages are crap right now. Oh, really? Wait, where's the person to reset? There isn't one in here? Oh, well. This guy says I play with mages. This guy just... Holy fuck. Did this guy just say this? What are you talking about? This guy just said 1.4 million is good. Holy shit, bro. This game's doomed. Why did Blizzard ever get rid of the Bwansamdi buff? Yeah, I like the end of the timer buffs. I like that. I just looked. He has a 75 mythic average parse. He's gaslighting himself. He parses at 99 in points. In points, not damage. Funny.
witness the glory of our ascension.
Can you have him add me? It's funny. Well, I guess he's serious about it at least.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Of a Lord.
Beware.
God. Camera moving on me like that.
Beware. 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 Beware.
This guy also has 5 deaths, by the way. That's not helping.
The strongest survive.
I'll bring it to you.
He doesn't mean that he averages 99. He means he got it once. It's like people who think they drive the ball 600 yards in golf. Well, I hit the ball 350 one time. That means I hit the ball 350 every time.
Beware.
And when you do this fight and you realize it's like it didn't even matter what the timer was like, we were never gonna kill this dungeon. We were never gonna upgrade this dungeon. Boss is just so goddamn hard. He has 99 parses in Mythic Plus. Oh, is that what he's saying? Yeah, that doesn't everybody? Like every time I ever look at my Mythic Plus thing, it's 99 across the board, and I don't even try for damage. That doesn't. I can't imagine anybody doesn't have it. I don't know how that even works.
Beware.
Literally everyone is 99? Oh, really? Like it's not even a thing? What is that about? Mythic Plus logs don't calculate from damage. Oh, really? What do they calculate from?
Beware. Beware.
It's just the key number? I mean, Mythic Plus parses should mean something. I just don't understand why they don't. Because obviously, like, you know, that's the content we're doing, so if they're able to log it properly, then it should mean something. I'm shocked this boss hasn't been nerfed more, yeah. Parses for Mythic Plus make no sense whatsoever because it's comparing your damage and stuff to everyone, including people doing 2s. Oh, is that right? You have to sort by the log by key percent to get the DPS you did compared to everyone else at that same key level. Alright, we're done. He does his abilities too often. I agree. I think that's the biggest issue with the fight, actually. Well, I think we probably missed this. But let me see if I can get one of these still. Oh, what are these? Crown Zenith? Is there a big, something going on here at Smoke and Mirrors? Yeah, already the booster boxes are sold out. Damn, man, that was a huge deal, actually. Pokemon in stock. We're gonna do one more key, too. Obsidian Flames for only 110, but there's tax and some stuff. 50 for those Pokeballs is pretty damn good. I just don't know what's in those. I don't think it's worth it. I just looked at a random error carry from him. He parsed 41, missed parse 15. Oh, really? A lot of people confused on that, probably. What is in these? I like that promo. I think it's 5 packs, right? So that's $5 a pack, no thanks. Alright. Nothing, we missed our shot. That was a pretty big deal. Anyway, alright, let's get one more in here today. Look at his raid parses. They're horrible. They're horrible, yeah. Usually people just use personals on first or second damage where healer actually has their shit. That's true. That's another misplay people make. The fight kind of baits you into it. Yeah, that guy... That's not overall, right? Yeah. Alright, that guy did 1.2 million overall. If you finish the key, do you get a 99% parse? It sounded like that was what people were saying initially, but I kind of didn't keep track of the conversation. I missed maybe some comments. It just has to do with the key level. And then what? It's compared to every single... Because, like, let's look at what mine is, because I... Last time I looked, it was like 99 across the board, and that doesn't even make sense. Pretty sure you don't. Let's take a look. I don't have 99, so no. How do you even look for it? There's some that, like, I don't understand the difference. It's every single one is 99. I don't understand. But it's like I'm not a pumper, right? Like I literally don't even prioritize offense. I have the most defensive build I can possibly have, pretty much. Go look into the log for the key and then look under damage. November 20th was the most recent one. Oh, yeah, but it's not going to allow me to because they're not actually logs. See, I think that's another problem. It's not related to damage at all. There isn't even a log. So this is not related to damage whatsoever, it seems. How do I filter? This one has a log, I guess, right? Because it has all this shit on it. Filled with? What the hell? It's a 9, though. What do we care about a 9 for? Under the war within, change points to damage. Huh? Oh, you mean this? Damage, I see. Okay, now this only shows logs. Wait, so we could have done that on the previous page too, probably. Ah, I see. Still the same thing. Hard to understand. Like, there's no way that a Mythic plus 11, or what is that? A Mythic plus 12 City of Threads at 445k overall is 99th percentile, right? Doesn't even make sense. It's really, yeah, just stupid, I guess, at the end of the day. Alright, anyway, let's go more in here. Anyone for score last key of the day? Oh yeah, that would be going. I never actually looked. Was that our first 14? I think so, yeah. That was our first key that we've been invited to. That was a 14. That's taken a while. Let's do. I really would like to do Grim Battle again. You can see it under the damage tab where you see both parse overall and percent key, and percent key is the actual parse. Gotcha. Alright, yeah, let's do Grim Battle, man. It's been a while. It is 99th percentile. If you're past 2900, you're top 1%. I was just talking about on the damage number. I think like way less people log. I mean, the fact that there's only like a couple dungeons logged though total. Did you mark it as a 13? No, I wasn't talking about the most recent key. I was talking about the Siege of Brawlis we did earlier today. Well, thanks for at least trying to explain that to me, but I honestly have no idea. It's more confusing than anything now. More confusing than it was before, I feel like. The people who are consistently logging their keys are like the world first dudes, yeah. Are you interested in playing PoE 2? No. PoE 2 is looking insane. I can't wait to play that game. Oh, really? Cool.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And now you learn the true lesson of the void.
Hey, Size, what's up, buddy? Welcome. There are a lot of losers that consistently log their shit. Oh, yeah, losers.
Beware.
close getting knocked into that.
Beware. Beware.
No actual deaths. They're taking a very long time to die. Love your lever ban video today at work. Oh yeah, that was a good one. I was very excited about that. No deaths? Yes, definitely the best. I don't know that I've ever seen that go with no deaths. Love your lever ban video today at work. Oh yeah, I just read that. But cool, I'm glad they enjoyed it. You've been laying foundational work for years, and that's the most important part. It does feel like that, right? It's kind of cool. Somebody said the spreadsheet was literally built for this, and I was like, yeah, it literally was. Like, that was the reason I made it in the first place, to help elucidate this issue. Well, probably okay. It's a little scary.
Beware.
I watched the lever ban video, jumped into a 9% to have a ret lead because he kept standing in swirlies. No words, just left. We had plenty of time. Hopefully those are the type of people that they're targeting with these changes. It's one thing, like, you want to talk about higher keys and stuff, what keys are over time. Like, I get it. A lot of people don't agree with me on that, but if anybody's leaving a low key that is still very timeable, like, those people, I mean, I don't know how anybody could say they shouldn't be punished. It really doesn't make any sense. Put all my power into that one, I think, because that's now a really hard pull for us. Do you pull both lava benders? No, we're skipping it. I did not expect you to perg there. Yeah, that's not normally gonna go well, but I think it did go well that time. Now that they got levers down, they need to fix the last remaining thing, the deflammatory economy that is me buying WoW tokens by design. Well, if you believe that that's what's happening, I don't think they're going to fix it.
Beware. Beware.
Yeah, it's the right spot right there.
Beware.
You can even line of sight it.
Beware. Beware.
There's too much puddles there now.
Beware. Beware.
What is that? That spot works, right? Yeah, looks like it. It said what garrisons used to make people exceedingly rich with gold cap on many characters. Is that correct? Garrisons used to be able to, yeah, generate a lot of money. That was your question. No.
The strongest.
After all that, we died to that. That's so shitty, dude. Fuck. I made so much gold off mission tables. Yeah, no doubt. I'm holding him hostage, guys. Dance for me, puppet. What else? Is that a common route to take the dragon? I think it's not that common, but I think it's the right choice. They're begging to be able to leave. That's the first time we actually saw it happen, yeah.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
I don't know, is prop value damage a diss or a compliment? I think it's a diss in that context, but... Prop value's overpowered, right?
Beware. Beware.
Oh, by the way, I'd love to hear, has Grawl reacted to that shit from last night? I think he's playing a lot of Classic, right? I don't know if he's... I'm sure he's still commenting on stuff. Be interested in seeing what he has to say about it. I think contextually it seems like Shaman was ripping into the guy since he was complaining about Key being bricked. Oh, he's definitely ripping into the guy. I think everybody knows that. They're just joking.
Beware.
I think Windwalker's trying really hard to top the damage. Oh, good. Turn around this narrative. It's not even really... I mean, it's kind of low compared to everyone else, but it's not really that bad. Monk took the complete personal. It's probably been good AoE. Or he's probably not been good AoE, but probably good single target this whole time. We're just fighting the first single target. Yeah, 1.5 is fine. It's a good number. It's just everybody else is doing really good. They're doing above average, which means that there's definitely still a shot at upgrading it.
Beware.
Windwalker got a 9% single target buff yesterday. Oh, really? I remember Cop talking about it, yeah. I don't know what they actually changed, so I don't know anything about it.
Beware.
I think, everybody, I feel like the healer's really maybe the weak person in the group, though, to be honest. Feels like he's struggling to get everybody topped off, but maybe that's just Druid. Shaman's exactly who the ban threat is for. And it's working, right? Because that guy didn't leave. Like, it's actually great. I don't think it is exactly for him. It's for people who would leave even despite the ban threat. But at the end of the day, I agree with you to some degree. Pokes is on. Yeah, I saw him playing a bunch recently. I didn't talk to him though. I don't think he's been in the chat now. We'd see the wrench. My understanding was it was more like a 4% buff, but I've been away long. I can't remember. I can't really comment. I get you. Yeah, bro, I can't use 4 GCDs to pull CCing. Why not?
Beware.
What kind of comment? I don't even understand what that comment is. 4 GCDs in a pack that lasted almost like a minute and a half. Oh god, look what just got said. Shaman, you need to kick. From the monk that he was flaming. I love the monk. Be the man you are always destined to be, monk. Images from Illidan. Don't fucking sit there and take it.
Beware. Beware.
Boss moving, yes.
Beware. Beware.
Kill the giant. This is gonna be a wipe here, I think.
Beware. Beware.
Yeah, it's gonna aggro. Oh. No. The monk thing. Why is the monk thing hitting it?
Beware.
Actually listed. Some respect for that. Oh, somebody did.
Beware. Beware.
Shaman's bragging about stops is insane. You have the most stops. I think he was talking about specifically kicks there, though. But yeah, I don't know why you would say I can't use 4 globals on that one pack. Like, what are you talking about? What do you think everybody else is doing? You're saying you don't want to actually do more than damage? That doesn't surprise me. Blizzard will ban for early leavers, but what about going AFK and protest? That's already been bannable. Behaving poorly like that socially is already bannable. There's just a loophole where you can leave. Like, you can do nothing else wrong, right? Like, you can just not say a word, you know, you didn't get into some kind of social fight. You can just leave, and it would cause, basically, it's like a loophole, you know what I mean? So they're closing that loophole. Oh, we're already fucked here, though. Let's take him this direction. Only the monk taps storm, earth, and fire to get the images to focus the closest target. Yeah, you can do that, right? My best to salvage that. Good. Shaman, you need to kick. Complains about losing GCDC sing, but spends plenty of GCs typing. Sure doesn't seem to care about that, huh? Wait, Windwalker does awesome DPS on bosses. What the hell? Now he's praising him.
Beware. Beware.
I got an AFK a bit. Yeah, happy Thanksgiving, man. I won't see you guys till after Thanksgiving now, so.
Beware. Beware. Beware.
Is this dude bipolar? I don't know what the fuck. You should be beating me, he goes. Oh my god. Brother, we're trying to finish the key.
Beware.
People are funny.
Beware.
You might be a single target talent spec for Mythic Plus. Yeah, who knows? Is the jump from 10 to 11 hard? I'm doing 10s and feel confident. No, 11s aren't going to be that much harder. The jump from 9 to 10 is high, and then the jump from 11 to 12 is huge. Maybe the Windwalker's also streaming and is poking the shaman for content. It's possible, I guess. You never know. Oh, now he's calling him terrible again. That was quick.
Beware. Beware.
At least the druid has his interrupt.
Beware. 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 Beware.
No, it's my fault. Hey, Harry, what's up, buddy?
Beware.
How's it going, man? Why hide copy paste one, not a peak of serenity, chill gamer. Hey Metro, what kind of elements are you looking for in a submission of a funny Mythic Plus run? Anything's fine. If you think it would fit in with the content on this channel, then I'll take a look at it. I'm surprised the shaman hasn't left yet. He's really worried about getting banned. Welcome to low level toxicity. Can't leave, so you stay in flame. This is way better. I heavily prefer this. I didn't realize how much I preferred this until today. You are looking for something that qualifies as funny? Yeah, good call.
Beware.
Win-win situation, especially here, yeah. So much better. Yeah, I told you it's so much better. You guys want to do another key after this one? Oh, I should have done the enforcer, not that guy though. What's the actual Sand Lane situation? No idea. I've never played it. Ask him to run the 12 instead.
Beware. Beware.
Nice ring of peace, Brody.
Beware. Beware.
Ask the shaman if the train was bad there too. I think he's actually blaming the train there too, actually, yeah.
Beware.
You already see that a threat has made him stay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If that's the case, I'm in for it.
Beware. Beware.
Monk's pinging the dead shaman. Monk pinging the dead shaman is cinema. Is that what he's doing? I didn't even notice that. He always has a reason he dies that isn't himself.
Beware.
I noticed that one of my keys today, the instant lead behavior is completely gone. Oh, really? Our monk is in Dornegal. Report for giving up on the key. Bannable offense now. How does that get turned over? You see the shaman is still in the key.
Beware. Beware.
We can summon. I said, let's go summon him.
Beware.
He says our shaman is having a hissy fit the whole time.
Beware.
Let's go summon.
Beware.
Oh, he left.
Beware.
You already reported him. Even though that guy was an idiot, I have respect for him staying.
Beware. Beware.
Terrible attitude he goes. We can try with 4. I'm down to try to finish with 4 since the shove. Oh, this game's funny. Yeah, I'll invite him back, yeah. I don't know who has the lead. Okay, we'll stop. Might have to whisper the monk and see if he agrees. Ah. Ask him if you wanted to underroot. I vastly prefer this. This is so much funnier. I hope that this is how keys go more frequently. That was a really funny. Yeah, that was really funny. I think the guess with the shaman being a streamer might not be so wrong. He is farming content. They said that about the monk. But yeah. Alright, cool. Let me get that on the sheet. Someone should have told the monk to come back because the shaman was flaming his transmog. Oh, that's the only way it could have been better. Why does it keep doing that? Okay, we're at another Windwalker, 2 in 1 day. And enhance. The guy ended up doing... That's not overall, that can't be. Is it really? I guess because by the end everybody was talking so much that people stopped playing. But yeah, alright, I'm gonna get off, guys. Have a great Thanksgiving if you celebrate it. If you don't, consider moving somewhere where they do celebrate. We will be back on Friday on the 3rd channel, on the 2nd channel, whatever you want to say. Yeah, not gonna be doing any more Mythic Plus this week, I don't think, but if I stream at all, it'll be on my other channel. Let me get you a link for that. But yeah, I'll be doing some Classic on Friday. Fresh Classic, leveling on the PvE realm. And then we'll see you again next Tuesday for back to normal schedule after that. So thanks for watching. Great, yeah, crazy shit last night. So thanks for everybody who stood up to all these idiots who are making the game worse for us. So I really appreciate you guys backing me up on that. So we'll see you guys sometime soon, man. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys in the next one.